Chapter 11:26. Neigh, rumble, rumble. The sound of horses neighing and snorting could be heard. The members of the Celestial Advent Party followed behind little Chongyang carefully. At this moment, Jiang Shao was the one sitting on the horse behind little Chongyang. No matter how powerful the other party was, the Black Ridge Fire Feather did not have any control-type star technique. Hence, once things went south, Jiang Shao could immediately leave with little Chongyang and little Charcoal, mutated Black Ridge Fire Feather. Tisk tsk. Awesome. Awesome. Wu Haoyang murmured softly. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at the undulating mountains in the distance, where a group of tall horses were grazing with their heads lowered. There were probably more than 600 of them. The Black Ridge Fire Feather lived in a very special place. It was located at the border between Great Ming Dynasty and the north. Since they were entrenched there, it was difficult to tell which region they belonged to. Staring at the thousands of horses, Wu Haoyang finally realized how despicable that thief Chow was. Back then, Chow Aman actually gave Red Rabbit to Second Master. Damn it, who could stand that? Compared to Madame Chow? She probably couldn't even compare to a horse's leg. Huh! Blind Lady let out a soft nasal sound and turned her head curiously to look at Wu Haoyang, who was trembling. Of course, everyone would love a powerful star pet, but Wu Haoyang seemed to be possessed. Heh! Wu Haoyang sighed and smiled sheepishly. In a straightforward manner, he said, just looking at it from afar is already very satisfying. Look, there's a pure black pony over there. It should be in the form of a cub, right? Blind Lady replied calmly, I can't see it. Wu Haoyang was speechless. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who was riding on little Charcoal, sensed the hostile gazes around him. Although Jiang Shao was powerful and confident, he would still shudder when he was stared at by a group of high-quality creatures. Little Chongyang shifted her butt forward, her body leaning forward, her elbows on the back of the horse, her small hands supporting her chin. Looking at the Black Ridge Fire Feathers who had stopped to look at them, she said, Are you willing to come with us? As he spoke, little Chongyang spread his arms and gestured. Our family has a huge grassland, the grass is fat and beautiful. I'll give you that prairie as your territory, okay? You will be able to run and fly as you please. You won't have to live a miserable life here. At the back, Jiang Shao nodded secretly. Listen to little Chongyang's words. How sensible! Due to the place she lived in, Blackridge Fireplume was restricted to this place by some strange rules. At the border between Great Meng and the northern lands, at least the place where Jiang Shao was at now, was a stretch of rolling mountains. The land was relatively barren, and the environment in such a place was not good. What made people curious was that this group of creatures that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth could easily move north and enter the Great Meng Prairie. They could eat until their bodies were plump and strong, but they stubbornly entrenched themselves here, neither south nor north. They just ate the sparse grasses, feeling wronged. Harumph, as little Chongyang's voice fell, Charcoal Red, who was under him, raised its head to the sky and neighed, as if communicating with its clansmen. All of a sudden, even the Blackridge Fireplume that was eating grass in the distance pricked up their ears and raised their heads to look in this direction. The sounds of horses neighing filled the air, and a few seconds later, the sound of a whale roaring could be heard in the sky. Buzz, Jiang Shao felt the image provided by the buzzing whale and hurriedly put away his field tear star technique. Putting aside the abduction, the Blackridge Fireplume clearly did not like the rainy environment. Well, they were fire element creatures, after all. It was normal for them not to like it. As Jiang Shao put away his field tear star technique, the drizzle disappeared, and the gloomy sky gradually showed signs of clearing up. The Blackridge Fireplume had extremely keen senses and clearly realized something as they looked at the mutated Charcoal Red curiously. Jiang Shao tugged at the corner of little Chongyang's clothes and said, Yes, tell them that I was the one who stopped the rain. This is our way of expressing our goodwill. Jiang Shao then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World, which led directly to the fertile grasslands of the Great Ming Empire. Although there were grasslands in China and the Great Ming Empire, there were all kinds of subterranean star creatures in the grasslands of the Great Ming Empire after the plundering of the Star Advent team. Jiang Shao felt a little nervous and wondered, will they be willing to move? Will the magical rules of the region restrict their actions? Jiang Shao whispered, tell them that this is their new home and this territory belongs to them. There are no other star beasts in this vast grassland. Little Chongyang's mind stirred, and Charcoal Red cried out again. Jiang Shao watched helplessly as an adult Black Ridge Fire Feather strode forward and stuck its huge head into the gate of the Calamity World. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted and thought, there's a chance? After negotiating for so long, the Blackridge Fire Plume did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Clearly, the mutated Charcoal Red seemed to have a certain degree of appeal within the clan. In that case, the Blackridge Fire Plume should be a diamond-quality creature. So, the mutated ones are superior to those of the same level? Indeed. It was the right decision to bring little Chongyang on this mission. A few seconds later, the Blackridge Fire Plume walked in. Awesome! Little Chongyang laughed happily. She moved her little butt and wrapped her arms around Charcoal's neck. She lowered her head and kissed Charcoal's mane with all her might. She kissed Charcoal's mane. Pft, pft. Little Chongyang hurriedly got up and spat twice. The Blackridge Fire Plume also walked over and hesitantly came to the door of the Calamity Shadow World. They stuck their heads in and looked around. As Charcoal Red neighed continuously, more and more Blackridge Fire Plume came over and walked into the door. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. Without wasting a single soldier, he managed to obtain so many fine horses. What a great feeling! The cavalry regiment was probably going to be settled. However, at this moment, the sky that had already cleared up started to rain again. The rain came first and the clouds came later. Dark clouds gathered once again. This rain was not a drizzle, but a light drizzle. Jiang Shao? Little Chongyang turned around curiously, only to realize that Jiang Zhao's eyes were not red and there were no signs of him using any star techniques. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao looked up at the sky and vaguely felt that something was amiss. However, he did not expect that the rainy environment would speed up the migration of the Blackridge Fire Plume. Under Charcoal Red's call, the Blackridge Fire Plume herd went from hesitation to striding into the space door to take shelter from the rain. It was a dreamy scene. Of course, the happiest one was Wu Haoyang. He stared fixedly at one of the foals and watched it enter Jiang Zhao's Shadow of Calamity World. Wu Haoyang waved his fist excitedly. At the side, the blind lady smirked. She initially thought that Jiang Shao was a mature and steady star warrior. Wu Haoyang was extremely sharp and naturally sensed everything. Ahem, ahem. Wu Haoyang pretended to cough twice and said, Captain Xiaopi, you did a good job in carrying out the mission. I like it. The blind lady ignored Wu Haoyang and her body suddenly shattered into a pile of ink. Beside Jiang Shao, the ink spread out from the ground and the tall figure of the blind lady emerged from the ground. She then stood up shakily. She said, since the effect is good, let's walk around the border between Great Ming Dynasty and Northland. Are there any Blackridge Fire Plume clan around? Jiang Zhao's eyes turned red and he said, wait a minute, this isn't my reign. I'll be right back. The blind lady was slightly stunned. Jiang Shao closed his eyes tightly and his tear of domain immediately flowed down. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and he exclaimed, someone is coming from the east. The blind lady asked, someone? Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed and he said in a trembling voice, a team of 4. This is the uniform of the Guardians of the Night? The blind lady was dumbfounded. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao said, the Guardians of the Night of China. As for whether their identities are true or not, further verification is required. Wu Haoyang also strode over and asked, shall we meet them? Jiang Shao said, "They've already discovered us." While speaking, Jiang Shao stretched out his hand and caught the drizzle in the sky. "You can't feel it, but this rain is not only my tier of domain, but also theirs." The blind lady said, "Let's disperse then." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded. "Third last, team up with Jiang Sun. Hao Yang, stay here." At the same time, Jiang Gong left. Of course, although it was called hiding, the terrain was especially open, with undulating mountains. There wasn't even a single tree, so there was no place to hide. Besides, since the other party had the tier of domain, Jiang Gong's location was also exposed to them. Hence, Jiang Gong seemed to be telling them that he was here and waiting for them. Jiang Shao dismounted from his horse and stood at the gate of the Calamity Shadow Realm. He kept the gate open and waited for the flocks of Black Ridge fire feathers to enter. At the same time, he mixed cleansing tears into his domain tears. He was fully prepared as he waited for the team that was more than 10 kilometers away to arrive. "Is it the Calamity Ruins and the Spacetime Rift?" Jiang Shao murmured softly with his eyes closed while activating the tier of domain to cover the battlefield. "If it's the Spacetime Rift, the distance of the flash is a little short. It should be the most primitive platinum spacetime rift." In Jiang Zhao's tier of domain, he could sense that one of the soldiers in the team of 4 had opened a space gate, after which 3 of his teammates immediately entered, while the remaining soldier hurried and flashed frantically towards their location. In a few moments, everyone felt a soldier dressed in a black Guardians of the Night uniform suddenly appearing above their heads and standing in the rain. "Officer Jiang Xiaopi?" The young soldier was excited and looked down at Jiang Shao and the others, as well as the warhorses that were rushing towards the space gate. There was a hint of excitement in the soldier's eyes and he asked again, "You're Brigadier Commander Jiang, right?" Jiang Shao looked up and nodded at the soldiers who were wearing the new uniforms of the Guardians of the Night. The soldier was overjoyed and marveled at the scene in front of him while his mind raced. He initially thought that Brigadier Commander Jiang had led his men to kill everyone in the 3 northern provinces of China and the 5 eastern alliances. Hence, there were few dimensional spaces and holy ground in the lower dimensions. However, it seemed that Brigadier Commander Jiang was driving the star beasts in the alien sphere into a space gate. This space should be the so-called Calamity World, in the information reported by the Tailfeather Brigade, right? As the first batch of Guardians of the Night sent to the alien sphere, the soldier was also a knowledgeable person. Of course, he recognized the breed of the tall horses as the Black Ridge Fire Feather. The Black Ridge Fire Feather on Earth is already of the platinum quality. In this alien sphere, wouldn't its strength be sky-high? What method did Brigadier Commander Jiang use to make them obediently enter the Calamity World? The more the young soldier thought about it, the more he admired Jiang Shao. His gaze was full of respect. Jiang Zhao's scalp tingled as he looked at Jiang Shao. He probably can't even pretend to look like that, right? Seeing that the soldier was staring at him without saying a word, Jiang Shao frowned slightly and asked, "Did you accidentally enter the alien sphere? Where did you come from?" The soldier snapped back to his senses and hurriedly replied, "No, we specially entered the alien sphere to support you." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Chapter 11:27. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said, "Come down and talk. Stand at attention. Stand properly." The night guard immediately stood at attention on the ground in a flash. Jiang Sun, who was standing beside the blind lady, suddenly raised his hand and smashed the soldier with the sound of silence. The soldier was a little uncomfortable, but he still stood in the same spot. His body shape, appearance, and clothes did not change at all. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "The effect of the Earth Hibiscus star technique is very strong. Try to understand it." The soldier opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound and had no choice but to nod in response. Jiang Shao said, "Come out." The soldier quickly walked out of the range of sound of silence and said, "Jiang LV, we've finally found you." Jiang Shao remained unmoved and said, "Name and serial number." The soldier also realized his negligence and hurriedly replied, "North Guardians of the Night, 3rd Light Chasing Team, Civil and Military Team, Yang Yiwen." The short-haired young man then took out a Guardians of the Night identification card from his chest pocket. Civil and Military Team? A light chasing team with a designated number? Jiang Shao reached out to grab the identification card that the soldier threw over and confirmed that it was correct. Yang Yiwen asked, "Jiang LV, can I call my teammates out?" "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and thought to himself, the soldier seems to be 28 or 29 years old and is in his prime. As a member of the light chasing team, he should be rather powerful. China is sending someone for me? As Yang Yiwen opened the space door, 2 men and a woman walked out. When they saw Jiang Zhao's team, the eyes of the soldiers lit up. The woman seemed to have a strong reaction. However, she wasn't looking at Jiang Shao, but at Wu Haoyang who was beside him. Identification. Jiang Shao hooked his hand and the soldiers tossed their identification cards over one after another. Jiang Shao asked, "Is there anyone else coming up?" Yang Yiwen replied, "The Guardians of the Night, the Wasteland Reclaimers, and the Mountain Crushers have a total of 10,000 people. They're currently camping in Liaodong and exploring the surroundings to gather intelligence." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. 10,000 people? Yang Yiwen nodded repeatedly. Yes, Jiang LV's actions in the alien sphere have been reflected on Earth. When we came up, except for a few urban areas in Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, Ludong, and the Central Plains, other than a few urban areas, there were no space gates or holy grounds opened. Jiang Shao was overjoyed, although he already knew that this would be the result. Hearing it from the soldier's mouth further ensured that Starlin's efforts were not in vain. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao asked with a peculiar expression, "How did you know that I was the one who did this? Did the Tail Feather Brigade report it? Or is it Elder He?" Yang Yiwen replied, "It was reported by Senior He Yun." The Tail Feather Brigade also confirmed the accuracy of the information. This time we came from the Jianan snow plains. Old He gave us directions from the upper dimensional snow plains. Before we came to Earth, according to Senior He Yun's last update, on Earth, the number of dimensional spaces in the 5 alliances in the north has gradually decreased. After we came to Earth, our army went south and split into several teams to search. As expected, we found you guys in Great Meng. Jiang Zhao's heart jerked when he heard this, and he said, "How's the Tail Feather Brigade now? Did he come up with you? Will the Tail Feather Brigade be punished for taking the blame for Jiang Shao? Because the dimensional space in Dajiang Province is still frequently opening, the Tail Feather Brigade is still stationed in Dajiang and has not entered the otherworld," Yang Yiwen quickly replied. "Oh." Jiang Shao was a little disappointed. "Soon, after we're done with Great Meng, we'll go straight to Dajiang." "Sir." The only female soldier in the civil and martial team suddenly spoke up. "Speak." Jiang Shao tossed his military identification card back. Through the military identification card, Jiang Shao found out that the female soldier's name was Yang Yiwu. He then looked at Yang Yiwen and Yang Yiwu's appearances and reckoned that they should be siblings. Could the civil and martial team be named after the siblings? In that case they should be really strong. In addition, Yang Yiwen had displayed the star techniques of the Reign of Tears series and Void Scourge. It was enough to tell that the team sent by the Chinese army to support Jiang Shao and carry out the mission on the otherworld was all top-notch. The female soldier, Yang Yiwu, looked at Wu Haoyang with an intense gaze and asked, "Excuse me, are you Wu Haoyang, a student from the Northern Military Academy and a member of the World Cup?" Wu Haoyang nodded and said, "That's me." Yang Yiwu said, "You went missing in the Northern Military Academy. You entered the otherworld by mistake and met up with Brigadier Jiang." Wu Haoyang answered, "Yes." Yang Yiwu hurriedly asked, "Are there any other civilians?" Wu Haoyang turned to look at Jiang Shao. Yeah, Jiang Shao said, there are 34 civilians who are currently in my scourge ruins and are very safe. Yang Yiwu nodded thoughtfully and said, Liaoyan City reported that 42 people are missing. Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyang's face turned gloomy while Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. He reckoned that some of the civilians must have encountered an accident when they first entered the otherworld by mistake. However, Wu Haoyang, who was at the peak of galaxy, managed to protect most of the civilians on his own back then. That was already considered outstanding. Jiang Shao sighed and said, when I rushed to Liaoyan City, I searched every inch of the place several times. These are the only people left. Yang Yiwu said again. That night, there were strange phenomena not only in Liaodong, but also in Shudu City in Central Plains and Six Rivers City in Guizhou and Guizhou. Many people like Wu Haoyang also entered the otherworld by mistake. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. What did you say? The female soldier, Yang Yiwu, confirmed, Shudu City in Central Plains, Guizhou and Six Rivers City. Jiang Zhao's face turned pale and he blurted out, F***CK. Why? It would be fine if Jiang Shao had not set foot in the Central Plains. However, there was a team from the Star Advent organization in the Central Plains to carry out the mission. At this moment, the team from the Central Plains had already entered the final stage and the mission was about to be completed. However, in order to get star beads and star techniques out of the dimensional space for Earth, the team from the Central Plains had traveled all over the Central Plains. The only place they did not go was Shudu City, and the area under its jurisdiction. Damn it! Jiang Shao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins and said, hurry up and go in. The Star Advent team rushed towards the space gate without hesitation. Jiang Shao looked at the civil and martial team and said, I'll recruit the few of you. Join me temporarily. Go in. Yes. Yes. The civil and martial team immediately went in, but they were all dumbfounded. It was not that they had never seen what the Scourge Ruins looked like. However, wasn't Brigadier Zhang's Scourge Ruins a little too much? Although they knew that Brigadier Zhang had a Scourge Ruins, according to the information reported by the Tail Feather Brigade, where are we? A forest? A lake? Why is there a villa? In the Scourge Ruins, Jiang Sun hurriedly ordered, split up now. Jiang Shao, Jiang Gong, and Three Tails will go to Guizhou to look for someone. I, Little Chongyang, Wu Haoyang, and the civil and martial team will go to Shudu City together. As he spoke, another Jiang Shao appeared beside him. It was obviously Jiang Shou. Jiang Shou opened the door of the Scourge Ruins training space, and a gigantic monk with a grimace stepped out, giving the civil and martial team a great shock. They almost attacked. Jiang Sun continued, civil and martial team, Yang Yiwen, you have the star technique Rain of Tears, which will be helpful in searching Shudu City. We'll bring this monk with us. It's my disciple and of high quality. Can order the ghost monk too. I'll explain when we get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the Scourge Ruins opened again. The civil and martial team was still in a daze and quickly walked out. Jiang Gong grabbed Blind Lady, and the two of them stayed in the Scourge Ruins. Outside the Scourge Ruins, Jiang Sun rode on the Black Ridge Fire Feather and stepped into a forest. Jiang Sun said, Yang Yiwen, activate the domain tier now. As he spoke, Jiang Shao had already flashed and disappeared. Jiang Sun looked at Yang Yiwu again and asked, how many people are missing in Shudu City? How many are there in Lushui? Yang Yiwu's eyes were also red. Clearly, she was also activating the domain tier star technique. She hurriedly responded, on the other side, Jiang Shao flashed directly to Guizhou Land, Lushui City. Ever since Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruins advanced to a planet, he didn't even need to open the map anymore. Previously, when he flashed around the world, he still had to open the map in order to flash to a specific location. Otherwise, he would have to transit and flash to nearby areas to test the waters and search. But now, Jiang Shao could accurately locate any location on the Scourge Ruins through the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Zhao's Scourge Ruins was exactly the same as the version of the alien ball. When Jiang Shao flashed into Lu Shui, his eyes were red and he activated the domain tier star technique. Before the raindrops in the sky fell, he saw a huge tree city in front of him. How big is it? It's big enough to be called a fortress. Countless thick trees intertwined with each other, forming a hemispherical cover in the city, blocking all the invasion of foreign star beasts. Roar, Wu, Jiang Shao opened the door of the Scourge Ruins while Jiang Gong and the blind lady walked out, only to hear the roars and wails not far away. The blind lady lowered her head slightly and carefully sensed the surrounding situation. Jiang Gong, who had sharp eyes and ears, saw a giant tiger tearing apart a creature that looked like a horse and a donkey. Qian tiger, Qian donkey? However, Jiang Shao didn't have time to care about that. The star power thread connected the two of them and flashed directly to the front of the huge fortress. Jiang Gong asked, 8 meters thick? The blind lady sensed it and nodded, agreeing with the data reported by Jiang Gong. Jiang Shao flashed again with the two of them and entered the interior of the huge fortress. At the next moment, Jiang Shao and Jiang Gong were dumbfounded. There was actually half a street inside this coiled-up fortress barrier built from primitive trees. There was a row of shops on both sides of the street, and the golden signboard with the words, Luo Ji Wang intestine noodles, had yet to fall off. As far as the eye could see, not far away, there were even 3 residential buildings of different heights. There's actually a residential area hidden in this tree fortress? Which star warrior is protecting all living beings here? How exciting! Jiang Shao was overjoyed. I really want to meet such a hero. Before Jiang Shao could do anything, a few tree demons that were 3 to 40 centimeters tall appeared. They were not even as tall as their knees. A bunch of little treants hopped out of a self-service shop and bared their teeth at Jiang Shao and the other two. Squeak ya! Accompanied by a series of strange cries, the young treants suddenly extended their twig-like hands and whipped out their flexible branches towards the crowd. Chapter 11:28. 3 minutes before Jiang Shao and the others entered the tree fortress in a residential building in Qiangui, Lu Shui, and Tree Fortress, Xian hugged the little treant in her arms and curled up on the single bed, falling asleep in a daze. Exhaustion was written all over her face, and she seemed to be having a restless sleep. She would frown from time to time, and her body would twitch from time to time, as if she would wake up at any time. All of a sudden, there was a series of knocks on the door of the house. In the living room, a couple in their 50s had worried looks on their faces. They were chatting quietly, but when they heard the knock on the door, the couple's expression immediately changed. The man hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the door. Through the peephole, he saw a group of people surrounding the door of his house. Annoyed and furious, the man opened the door and said in a low voice, "Why are you knocking on the door? My child is sleeping. Be gentle. Be gentle." Outside the door, the group of people who kept knocking on the door had different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked apologetic, while others were indifferent. They said righteously, "Where's Xian? Get her up and go outside the tree fortress to take a look. More creatures are coming." Upon hearing this, Xian's father, Xian Maosong, lowered his voice and hurriedly asked, "Did some creatures break into our tree fortress?" The group of people outside the door was obviously a little stunned. Seeing that everyone was silent, one of the men hid behind the crowd and suddenly said, "They didn't come in, but you have to let Xian go and take a look. The tree fortress over there is burning again. What if those star beasts rush in?" Upon hearing this, his father, Xian Maosong, remained silent, but his mother, Anjihong, was displeased. Anjihong quickly stepped forward, pushed Xian Maosong away, pointed at the group of people outside, and said anxiously, "My daughter has been guarding for 2 days and 2 nights. She's exhausted. She just came back. What are you guys doing? Aren't there people from the Guardian Legion over there? What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to tire her to death? Ji-hong, what you said isn't right. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman spoke up. It seemed that she was on friendly terms with Xian's mother. The middle-aged woman said, "There are signs of burning on the northeast wall of the tree fortress. Clearly, there are iron tree fire demons attacking from outside. What time is it? Still sleeping? Yes, I know your little Xian is tired, but there are so many people in the tree castle, and their lives are all depending on your daughter. How could she still be in the mood to sleep? Quickly let Xiao Xian get up and go take a look. It's best if nothing happens. If something happens, she can be of use." Yes, yes. Hurry up and let Xian get up. Let's go over there and take a look. That's the best. But what if something happens? Outside the door, everyone was talking at once, and their voices were getting louder and louder. The middle-aged woman continued, "She's just a star warrior in the galaxy stage. She has been groomed by the country since she was young and enjoyed so many benefits just to protect us ordinary people. How can she sleep at such a critical moment? If I were a star warrior, I wouldn't have humbly come to your house to beg you. I don't need to use other people's bodies. I can just live on the other side of the tree wall." And Ji-hong was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at the middle-aged woman with a trembling hand. She couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. "You, Xian Maosong pressed his palms down and pleaded, lower your voice, lower your voice. Shut up. Dad, Mom." A girl's voice came from behind the door all of a sudden. All of a sudden, the noisy corridor fell silent. His father, Xian Maosong, and his mother, Ji-hong, also turned around with guilt written all over their faces. "Anun, why are you up? Did I disturb your rest? Hurry up and go back to sleep." Outside the door, the middle-aged woman named Yumin stepped in and said, "You're finally awake. It's good that you're awake." Yumin looked at Xian, who was wearing pajamas and holding a little treant in her arms. She said, "Anun, I'm sorry. We have no choice. We're worried, so we came here to disturb your rest. Hurry up and go to the northeast tree wall to take a look. There should be an iron tree fire demon outside." Xian's face tensed up and he said, "The iron tree fire demon is here? Has the tree wall been burned?" Yumin's face stiffened at this question and she said vaguely, "It should be. Hurry up and go take a look. If those fire trees rush in, it'll be over." Xian frowned slightly, obviously noticing something. He said, "Auntie Yu, the team guarding the tree wall did not come to ask for my support. It should be fine. There are 3 groups of soldiers from the Guardian Corps guarding it. Don't worry." "Hey, you child. Why are you so disobedient?" Yumin said anxiously. "You're still thinking of sleeping at a time like this? What if they can't find the time to ask for help? You're the strongest, and you're the only star warrior in Galaxy. You have to be responsible, you have to." Xian Maosong pushed Yumin out of the door with one hand. His daughter had been woken up, but he did not care about anything else. He scolded, "This tree fortress was built by my daughter. She protected all of you. How can she not be responsible?" "Dad, don't be angry, Dad." Xian saw that something was amiss and hurriedly stepped forward to hold his father back. He could tell that his daughter was being slandered, and as a father, he was really furious. Outside the door, Yumin, who had been pushed out, also yelled and confronted Xian Maosong. However, Xian Maosong's words made everyone in the corridor quiet down, and they looked ashamed. The tree fortress was indeed built by Xian alone. The 600 ordinary people in the tree fortress were also saved by Xian, her companions, and a few teams of soldiers. If she hadn't made a prompt decision to cover half of the street with the tree fortress, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Dad, don't be angry. I'll go and take a look." Exhilarating persuaded helplessly and said to the people outside, "All of you, go away. Don't surround my door. I'll go now." "You don't have to go," Exhilarating Maosong yelled angrily. "We've been guarding for 2 days and 2 nights, and we've been living in fear. We don't even have time to rest. Star Warriors are humans too. If no one comes to ask for help, you don't have to go." As soon as he said that, he obviously infuriated the crowd. "What do you mean we don't have to go if we don't ask for help? Aren't we here to ask for help? Your daughter's life is important, but aren't the lives of the hundreds of people in the Tree Fortress important too? Just let Exhilarating take a look. It won't take up much of her time. She already said that she wants to go." "What are you talking about?" Exhilarating dragged his furious father into the house and gestured to the tiny treant at the side in the direction of the door. The little guy, who was more than 30 centimeters tall, hopped forward, and its twig-like hands suddenly stretched out and wrapped around the group of people outside the door. It then pushed them out of the corridor and rushed in the direction of the unit door. "Mom, hurry and comfort my dad. It should be fine. I'll be back soon." Exhilarating didn't even bother to change her clothes. She reached out and grabbed a coat from the hanger at the door, put it on, and walked out. In the corridor, Exhilarating was still a little worried. She summoned 2 more tiny treants and placed them in front of the door before closing the security door. In the corridor, the crowd looked much better when they saw Exhilarating walking out in a hurry. They all started talking at once. "It's not that I want to disturb you, I'm just worried. Human life is the most important. Be obedient and don't be too selfish." Exhilarating looked embarrassed and nodded perfunctorily. She pushed the crowd out of the unit door. As soon as she walked out of the door, she waved her hand. 4 long, flexible vines appeared and directly propped up her body. With the continuous movement and support of the 4 vines, Exhilarating quickly moved northeast. In less than half a minute, Exhilarating, who was climbing quickly, saw the tree wall in the northeast. There was indeed a situation there. 2 teams of guardian soldiers and a few children in the nebula stage, a total of more than 10 people, were gathered here. Outside the tree wall, there was the sound of knocking from time to time. One of the guardian soldiers stretched out his hand and continuously created a stream of water, smearing it on the thick tree wall. It seemed to be ensuring that the tree wall would not burn. "Little Exhilarating, why are you here?" A guardian soldier saw Exhilarating appear and was slightly stunned. "Aren't you going in the morning? Why aren't you resting?" Exhilarating felt wronged in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. Although these guardian soldiers were in the galaxy stage and she was in the starsea stage, Exhilarating, who had been friendly all her life, was not willing to say things like, "I'm worried, so I came to take a look." Such words were obviously a denial of the soldiers' ability and would hurt their hearts. For a moment, Exhilarating did not know what to say. Another soldier seemed to realize something and said in a more euphemistic tone, "We need to strictly abide by the rest rotation system so that we can better guard this place. Ms. Exhilarating, I know you are worried, but you should go back and rest." Right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from within the tree fortress. Buzz, that sound was extremely mysterious and ethereal. It was faintly discernible, as if it came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. What was that sound? Why had they never heard of it? Was there a creature in the land of Gaejo that could make such a sound? It sounded like it came from the southwest corner of the tree fortress. Look! Look! A high school student in the nebula stage pointed to the sky and shouted. There was no need to listen to the sound to determine the location because, in the distant southwest suburbs, a huge whale was floating high in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was a shock that came from the depths of their hearts. This whale's cry seemed to be able to shock people's souls. In the next moment, the giant whale flashed and directly appeared above the heads of the soldiers. Everyone's expression suddenly changed as they looked at the huge creature that covered the sky and earth, only to find that there were 3 figures that floated down. Pi. Pi God? Two Pi God? A few high school awakened ones were dumbfounded as they watched the three people land. The two teams of guardian soldiers were also shocked. One of the captains reacted quickly and suddenly said, "Attention!" The 8 guardian soldiers stood at attention in unison as they watched Jiang Shao, the blind lady, and Jiang Gong land steadily on the ground. There were still some benefits to being in the World Cup twice. Who in the world didn't know him? To people from all walks of life, Jiang Shao was the poisonous healer of China and the world champion. To the soldiers, Jiang Shao was a high-ranking official and a high-ranking general of the Tailfeather Brigade. Shrimpy? Xin blinked her eyes in disbelief as she watched Jiang Shao descend from the sky. Jiang Shao was also extremely happy. He never thought that he would actually meet Xin here. He had not seen her for many years and her hair had grown quite a bit. He could tell that she was very tired. She should be very tired. Jiang Shao finally knew which star martial artist was the one who was protecting them. It was definitely Xin. One had to know that those who could represent the Chinese national team in the World Cup were all absolute powerhouses. They were all masters who could guard a region. Jiang Shao smiled and nodded. "Long time no see, Xin. Xiaopi." Xin muttered softly as she took a step forward. For some reason, she suddenly jumped into Jiang Zhao's arms and wrapped her arms tightly around Jiang Zhao's straw raincoat. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "I'm wearing a straw raincoat. Don't you find it prickly?" "Ugh." The huge force made Jiang Shao take a step back. He was at a loss and did not know what to do. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not that close. Even during the World Cup, when the two of them were teammates, they were just companions who worked hard for the same goal. Back then, the captain of the Maple Leaf Country trampled on Xin, but Jiang Shao retaliated in the subsequent game. At that time, Xin sent a thank you text message with some expectations. She hoped that Jiang Shao wouldn't be so terrifying and frightening. She hoped that he would continue to be happy and become a source of happiness for everyone in the difficult and struggling times. Since then, the two of them had never crossed paths again. It was said that after graduation, she did not join any army, nor did she engage in anything related to the Star Warriors. She seemed to have opened a flower shop with the help of her parents. It was better in the beginning, but with the arrival of the apocalypse in recent years, the business of her flower shop should not be very good. There was a good poem. "The mountains are like clouds and rain, and the moon is never two different villages." Having the experience of fighting together in the World Cup, fighting for the team and fighting for their ideals, it was enough to have those precious experiences and memories. There was no need to hope to see some people again. These people would not become passers-by in life, because their figures would accompany you during that period of time and live in your memory until the end of your life. In fact, Xin was also surprised that she would have such a reaction. However, at this moment, that was indeed what she was doing. For some reason, the moment she saw Jiang Shao, all the grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart and had nowhere to vent were all released. Jiang Shao was indeed a former teammate of the national team, but more importantly, he was a star warrior who was far more powerful than her. All of a sudden, Xin suddenly felt that the burden on her shoulders had become much lighter. Her eyes were red and her exhausted face was filled with endless grievances. She actually began to sob softly. In ordinary society, her parents who sheltered her from the wind and rain had become her family who relied on her to survive in the current apocalypse. There were more than 600 people in the tree fortress, all of whom were looking at her eagerly, seeking her protection. Even though there were 2 teams of guardians, a team of victors, and some awakened high school students, they still couldn't make her relax. From saving people to building the tree fortress, she had no choice but to do everything herself. For more than a month, she was exhausted and mentally and physically drained. The tightened strings suddenly snapped the moment she saw Jiang Shao. Xian sobbed softly, and her voice was so soft that it made one's heart ache. I just want to sleep for a while, sob. I want to sleep peacefully, just for a while. Jiang Shao was a little at a loss. After reacting for a while, he carefully put down his arm and patted her back gently. He said softly, "Sleep, sleep now. I promise that no one will dare to disturb you. If anyone dares to wake you up, I'll heal him to death, okay?" However, these words didn't make her smile. Xian nestled her head in Jiang Zhao's arms and continued to sob while tears fell like rain. She nodded continuously and said, "Yes, yes." Chapter 11:29. Everyone was different. Not everyone could be like Jiang Shao, who fought all the way from Beijiang to Liaodong, and then from Liaodong to Daming. He traveled all over the Central Plains and searched all over Ludong. He fought all over the place and knew the pain. It could be seen that Xian was very tired and exhausted. His mood was also extremely bad. Wasn't Jiang Shao the same? In more than a month, he had traveled a lot and experienced a lot of battles. During the mission, situations like, "I slept last night, but I won't sleep tonight," were common. He worked harder than anyone else and was under far more pressure than anyone else. It was already rare for him to be able to remain calm during such a high-intensity mission. However, Jiang Shao was certain that there would be plenty of bad things said about him if he heard the feedback from Earth. Even with the intensity of his mission, there would definitely be people who criticized him for not doing enough after clearing the 6 provinces in more than a month. If someone saw him chatting with the blind lady last night, they might jump out and say that he was not doing his job properly. Even if he only chatted for a while, 10 minutes later, he didn't stop to rest and went to the North Atlantic Ocean to carry out a mission with Marta. That was one of the rare ways that Jiang Shao found joy amidst hardship. However, in the eyes of some people, it was a huge sin. Fighting day and night and achieving results were all bullsh*. Not to mention chatting, even sleeping was a sin. It was best not to breathe, because breathing would also distract one's energy. Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at the girl who had fallen asleep while sobbing. He sighed and thought to himself, she must be under a lot of pressure too. Jiang Shao directly opened the space door, picked up Xian, and sent her through the door. Xian grabbed Jiang Zhao's raincoat tightly with her tiny hands. She had just fallen asleep for a few seconds, but she suddenly woke up. Jiang Shao said softly, "Go and sleep for a while. It's safe in my space." Xian struggled for a while and broke free from Jiang Zhao's arms. It seemed that she felt much better after the emotions that she had been holding in for many days were released in a short period of time. Jiang Shao said, "It's okay. Leave the rest to me. I'll bring everyone to a safe place." Xian blushed. She lowered her head and shook it gently. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before closing the space gate. He then turned to look at the crowd and said, "How many people are there in total?" "Report." A soldier hurriedly said, 607. 607? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, he was overjoyed. According to Yang Yiwen and Yang Yiwu's report, in the Six Waters area, this half of the street had experienced the anomalies of Earth and the alien sphere. According to statistics, 641 people had gone missing. Such a rescue ratio was already very high. She did better than Wu Haoyang. After all, the area where the strange phenomenon appeared in Liaodong was not densely populated. It was the university campus in the south of the city. However, in Qiangue, the strange phenomenon appeared in the residential area. Jiang Shao made a prompt decision and said, "Gather everyone and enter the sanctuary. My space is huge and safe. There are already some civilians living inside." The soldiers were overjoyed. Having struggled to survive in the alien sphere for a long time, they naturally knew that the star beasts there were of a higher rank and quality. No one doubted Jiang Zhao's words. At least, the soldiers did not. Putting aside Jiang Zhao's identity as a World Cup champion, Jiang Zhao was a high-ranking general of the Tail Feather Brigade. The Tail Feather Brigade's position in the hearts of all the military forces in China was not something that any random team could compare to. Jiang Zhao turned to look at Xian with a probing gaze. Xian still had her head lowered. After venting her emotions, she seemed to have returned to normal. She said softly with some embarrassment, "The entrance of the estate is in the middle of the tree fortress. Let everyone gather there." Unlike Jiang Zhao's rank suppression, Xian relied purely on his hard work over the past month to build up his prestige in the tree fortress. The guards hurriedly assigned the high school awakened and a team of soldiers to relay the news. Jiang Gong looked at the thick tree wall in front of him thoughtfully and said, "There are 6 iron tree fire demons outside?" Xian also turned to look at the tree wall. The iron tree fire demons were the reason she was woken up from her bed. Her parents were also infuriated by those people. Jiang Gong flashed and disappeared in place. In the next moment, a deafening roar came from outside. Whoosh! 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 Jiang Gong stood high up in the sky outside the tree fortress. He wore a cloak and slowly moved backwards. He also saw the few tall tree demons burning in flames below. These precious creatures were very interesting. They were clearly in the shape of trees, but their branches and leaves were burning with flames. He really didn't know how they survived. Jiang Gong drew his bow and shot a series of black-feathered arrows. Under the continuous explosion of the black-feathered arrows, a 3-meter-tall iron tree fire demon was smashed into pieces. The other iron tree fire demons also discovered the enemy. They hurriedly turned around. As they had eyes, they could still distinguish between the front and the back. The tree vines under the feet of the tree demons emitted a bright light. In the next moment, a small tree suddenly emerged from the ground and grew rapidly. The leaves of the iron tree fire demons were no different from ordinary leaves, but each of them was like a sharp blade. As the star power gale blew, the leaves were like flying knives that spun and pierced towards Jiang Gong in the air. Several star power iron trees that were summoned were still growing. The leaves and blades that flew out would grow back. As the branches spread out, they entangled with each other as if they were going to form a net that trapped Jiang Gong in the air. Was Jiang Gong someone who would spoil others? He looked at the iron tree fire demons that had gathered and summoned the iron tree fire demons. Jiang Gong casually threw a handful of death pearls down. Art was explosion. Boom! In the tree fortress, the people were still discussing how to organize the retreat when a huge hole was blasted in the thick tree wall beside them. The soldiers were startled and retreated one after another. They saw Jiang Gong kneeling on the ground and plucking the star beads. Beside him were a bunch of iron tree fire demons that were burning. Not far away, there was a row of star power iron trees that were no longer growing. Judging from the direction of the branches, they should be spreading towards the sky. Jiang Zhao smiled and patted Xian's shoulder before continuing the topic. "I have to go visit Uncle and Auntie then. I don't have any greeting gift. Shall I just give them 2 bottles of milk?" Xian's gaze was naturally attracted to the huge hole. She stretched out her fair and tender hand and blushed. The hole in the tree wall that was more than 3 meters thick suddenly grew and expanded continuously, filling up the huge hole again. While plucking the star beads, Jiang Gong watched helplessly as Xian isolated him from the tree wall. Jiang Gong pursed his lips. "Woman, your name is Heartless." Behind the tree wall, Xian turned his head and whispered, "Follow me back to the neighborhood." Jiang Zhao said, "I know the place. I used it to scan the terrain just now." Jiang Zhao then pointed at the humming whale that was swimming in the air sullenly. Due to the limitations of the terrain, Jiang Zhao could not use the field tears to perceive everything in the tree fortress. Hence, he could only use the buzzing whale's sea language, star technique. However, it was also precisely because the tree fortress was neither too high nor too low that the buzzing whale found it difficult to swim. Jiang Shao flashed and smashed the buzzing whale into a pile of star power. His body then descended naturally and was covered by a thin layer of water stains from the field tears domain. Jiang Shao then slowly floated down. He obtained a strange ability. He pretended that he could fly. During the process of Jiang Shao slowly descending, the thick layer of star power from the buzzing whale also surged into Jiang Zhao's body. He led everyone to the entrance of the estate in a flash. Xian said softly, That building. While speaking, Xian glanced at the blind lady cautiously. From the beginning to the end, the blindfolded woman did not speak at all, nor did she use any star technique. However, Xian was very sure that she was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Shao and the others flashed again and arrived downstairs of the unit. For some reason, a group of people had gathered there. Didn't they say to gather at the entrance of the estate? Why are they blocking Xian's door? When Xian saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. This group of people were the ones who had forcefully woken her up. They were also the ones who had asked her to check out the northeast tree wall. They still gathered there and did not leave. Everyone knew that Xian's home and parents were there too. If anything happened, Xian would return home first. Hence, by staying there, they would be able to understand the situation and obtain protection immediately. When everyone saw the appearance of strangers, they took a step back. A slightly surprised voice sounded. Jiang Xiaopi? Are you that Jiang Xiaopi from the national team? The one from the World Cup? Jiang Shao smiled and nodded. Yes. Damn it. Jiang Xiaopi. Really? We're saved this time. While everyone was talking, Xian, who was at the side, felt upset. The more she listened, the more infuriated she became. She had already done her best for more than a month, and everyone had seen everything she had done. However, between the lines, Xian seemed to hear some complaints. There really were one or two people who never knew how to be content and never knew how to be grateful. Xian was frustrated, but she did not say anything and simply strode towards the building of her unit. Xiao Xian, is everything all right at the tree wall in the northeast? It should be fine, right? Since she's back, it should be fine. Jiang Shao strode forward and looked at the questioning crowd. It's fine over there. Don't worry, I'll send you to a safe place later. I have a shelter. As he spoke, Jiang Shao paused and his body stiffened slightly. The other team in the Central Plains had also found someone. Xian keenly discovered something. Ignoring her anger, she hurriedly turned around and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, Xian, I'll be back soon. I've found someone elsewhere. Wait for me for a while. Gather the civilians first. After saying that, Jiang Shao nodded at the blind lady beside him and disappeared in a flash. Why did he leave? Didn't he just tell us that there's a safe place? A female voice asked. Xian turned around, only to see the annoying face of Yumin, who was blocking the entrance of her house and scolding her parents. Xian did not reply at all. She opened the door of the unit and looked at the blind lady before asking politely, Do you want to come in and take a break? You silly girl, I'm asking you a question. Yumin frantically stepped forward. Why did Jiang Xiaopi leave? Where did he go? Who did you find? Can you tell us about the situation in the shelter first? We have more than 600 people here. How many can there be over there? Xian bit her lip, unable to hide the disgust on her face. The blind lady frowned and said, He has other tasks. The situation here is not urgent and it's very safe. You guys go to the entrance of the estate first. I'm not going, I'll stay here. Yumin felt the powerful aura of the blind lady and became much more obedient. She had never truly felt the power of a star warrior from the gentle Xian. Yumin resisted the waves of panic and took a few steps back to hide in the crowd. She muttered softly, There are more than 600 people on our side. How many people does he have? He can't tell which side is more important. Her muttering was neither loud nor soft, but many people in the crowd heard it. The tempo could be set by a single sentence. What quality is the blind lady's perception? How could she not hear it? The blind lady waved her left hand and a gust of wind blew away the few people in front of her. Under the exquisite control of the star technique, there was no longer any obstruction in front of Yu Min. The blind lady waved her right hand and an illusory whip suddenly condensed in her hand before lashing out. Smack! A deep whip mark appeared under Yu Min's feet and she shuddered in fear. The blind lady said calmly, "Shut up." All of a sudden, everyone kept quiet out of fear. They finally knew that not all star warriors were as easy to bully as Xian. For a long time, Xian's character and style of doing things had really spoiled some people. Besides, the system and education system of China had also made most star warriors be courteous to ordinary people. "I'm weak, I'm right." That sentence was indeed very interesting and applicable on many levels. Yu Min took a few steps back. Under everyone's gaze, she felt embarrassed. She was already an old woman, yet she was whipped, threatened, and berated by a young woman. Although the whip did not land on her body, she still felt embarrassed. From a certain perspective, one's character ultimately determined one's fate. After Yu Min snapped back to her senses, she trembled in anger and turned to look at Xian. "Xian, aren't you going to do something about this? Where did this star warrior come from? Don't forget your duties." "Xian, what is she trying to do? Is she going to hit us?" Smack! Ah! Yu Min screamed in pain as a bright red whip mark appeared on her face. Her body was sent flying. Xian froze for a moment and looked at the blind lady in a daze. The blind lady said calmly, "Go to the entrance of the community and gather." Everyone was shocked and hurriedly left the entrance of the building. Xian's face stiffened and she hesitated for a while before saying, "What you're doing is wrong." Upon hearing that, the blind lady turned to look at Xian. Xian's breathing quickened. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten that she was a star ocean monarch. Facing a girl who was so kind that she was weak, the blind lady remained silent for a while before saying softly, "It's good to be kind, but you have to know your limits and build it on the foundation of dignity. A person's forbearance and concession would only cause the other party to take a yard after taking an inch and become even more aggressive. You might become more and more cowardly and continue to be submissive. Or, you might erupt at some point and fall into the abyss. You don't want either outcome." The blind lady was not a talkative person, much less someone who would share her insights with strangers. Perhaps the scene just now had touched her. Or perhaps the blind lady seemed to be talking to Xian, but in fact she was talking about herself. The blind lady said softly, "Not everyone can be redeemed." As she spoke, the blind lady turned around and walked towards Yu Min, who had been whipped to the ground. Compared to the whip marks on her body, the trembling of her soul made Yu Min feel even more uncomfortable. The blind lady did not hit her hard, but the soul whip had the effect of intimidating one's soul. The blind lady strode towards Yu Min and said, "Go to the entrance of the community and gather." Yu Min panicked and her soul was trembling violently. She no longer had the ability to think. She covered her face and the painful whip mark on her face, shivered, and crawled towards the entrance of the neighborhood. She just wanted to quickly get away from the strange star warrior in front of her. She had no idea what the star warrior had said to her. Xian looked at the blind lady and said softly, "What you're doing is wrong." "Yes," the blind lady made a faint nasal sound and did not comment further. She simply turned around and walked towards the entrance of the community. There was no longer a need to go to her house to rest. In the future, there would be no need for that either. It was a 4,600-word chapter, asking for some tickets to APEC. Chapter 1130. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at a parking lot. Yes, it was a car parked. It was a very conspicuous parking lot of human society in the foreign land. In the huge parking lot, there were 50 to 60 cars parked there. It had become a paradise for the auspicious beasts. The huge auspicious beasts that were 3 meters to 3.5 meters tall overturned the cars and stood them up as cover. When Jiang Shao arrived, he even found a group of auspicious beasts playing hide-and-seek. They were silly and adorable. Their huge bodies could not be hidden at all, but in their hearts, perhaps they could not see the other party, so the other party could not see them. One of them was a white marble auspicious beast. Most of its huge head was exposed, and its long and curved horns were particularly eye-catching. The auspicious beast hid behind the cars that were erected sideways and watched the people in the parking lot from afar. Xie Xiaohe! Jiang Shao flashed and arrived in front of a man in a guardian uniform. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and he smelled terrible. Jiang Shao did not care at all. He stepped forward and hugged Xie Yan, his former teammate from the national team. Xie Yan's face stiffened. Jiang Sun had already hugged him just now. In the end, another Jiang Shao appeared? Qiangue Lushui was teleported to half a street due to the anomaly between Earth and the foreign planet. On the other hand, Zhongyuan Shudu was teleported to a parking lot. In contrast, there were not many missing people. Although there were many cars in the parking lot at that time, there were only 16 people in the cars. After Xie Yan graduated, he was forcefully snatched over by the local guardian army. They said that they wanted to focus on grooming him, and Xie Yan eventually became a guardian in the Night City dimensional space. In 3 years, he had already become a captain. On the night that the anomaly occurred, Xie Yan was on a break and was about to get off work. He had just walked to the parking lot and was about to drive home. However, before the car door opened, a huge auspicious beast suddenly appeared in front of him. It was precisely because Xie Yan was guarding the dimensional space of Yi City that everyone who was teleported in the parking lot was a star warrior. Out of the 16 people, 4 were soldiers on guard duty, and the rest were all social cultivators. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Are you hungry? Jiang Shao sized up Xie Yan from head to toe and even circled around him, feeling overjoyed. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was simply perfect. Jiang Shao really didn't expect to collect his teammate of the year 19, Wu Haoyang, from Liaoyan, and his teammates of the year 17, Xian Ian and Xie Yan, from Lu Shui and Shudu. Xie Yan still had a poker face and was not as excited as expected. He seemed a little dispirited as he gently nodded at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao understood his temper and temperament. Hence, he didn't mind at all and continued to ask about his recent situation. The members of the civil and martial squadron had strange expressions on their faces. They had never thought that it would be opened in such a manner. Jiang Sun took the opportunity to explain the situation at Qiangue Lushui to everyone. Upon hearing that a star warrior had protected most of the civilians, the members of the civil and military team heaved a sigh of relief. You said that there are 14 people here. Where are the others? Jiang Shao looked around and asked frantically. There were many members of society standing behind Xie Yan, and Jiang Shao could tell from their aura. At this moment, they were also looking at the team of soldiers who had come to rescue them with excitement. Xie Yan looked at Jiang Shao silently, then took out a few keys from his pocket and pressed one of them. Screech, screech. The familiar yet unfamiliar sound of a car unlocking sounded. Not far away, the trunk of a sedan was opened, and a girl was lying in the trunk, carefully looking out. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. A few of us went out to hunt. The rest are the weaker ones who stayed behind to guard the parking lot. Xie Yan continued to press the car keys. Some unlocked the car, while others opened the trunk. A few seconds later, 3 women and 1 man climbed out of the trunk of 3 cars. 2 women each had a trunk, while the other man and woman climbed out of the trunk of the same off-road vehicle. Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face. Are they really not squeezing? Xie Yin clearly sensed Jiang Zhao's strangeness and said, when the two of them were teleported here, they were tied together. Jiang Zhao blinked. The two of them were in the trunk when they arrived? Xie Yin said quietly, yes, but it's not in the trunk. It's in the car. Jiang Zhao seemed to have understood something. Xie Yin continued, the rest of the people who were teleported here are mostly men. Most of them sit alone in the car and smoke. Do you have a cigarette? They've been holding it in for a long time. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Instead of going home at night, they're sitting in the car and smoking? Damn it. Great, I can't go back even if I want to. I'm sitting in the car and smoking all the way to the alien ball. Xie Yin continued, a total of 16 people were teleported to the alien ball. A couple was killed by the two-night Mandarin duck, leaving 11 men and 3 women. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and said, the creatures in the alien ball are very docile and have high intelligence. They won't easily take the initiative to attack other creatures. Okay. Xie Yin nodded with a sullen expression. When the two of them first entered the alien ball, they were a little flustered and took the initiative to attack a two-night Mandarin duck. Then, they were attacked by the accompanying two-night Mandarin duck, and I couldn't save them. Pi. God Pi. At the side, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. Jiang Zhao could tell that he was a member of society and wanted to protect Xie Yin. The man said, I witnessed everything with my own eyes. The couple attacked rashly and caused the two-night Mandarin duck to be enraged. A dark screen immediately shrouded the parking lot. You know the double-night duck's star technique. When the dark screen confuses perception and seals one's vision, Xie Yin and his comrades will find it difficult to exert their full strength. They've already worked very hard. As the man spoke, he glanced at the Guardians of the Night, who were dressed like the Guardians of the Night from time to time. Clearly, the man was defending Xie Yin, who was not good with words, for Jiang Zhao and the Guardians of the Night to hear. What Jiang Zhao found interesting was that people called him Xiaopi and Pippi on the internet. When they met him in person, most people would address him by his name, and more would address him as God Pi. From the words of this awakened, Jiang Zhao could tell that Xie Yin and the other 4 Guardians of the Night Mandarin ducks had done a really good job during this period of time. The group of society awakened were also very reasonable and protective of Xie Yin. The man continued, we also discovered later that the auspicious beasts and two-night Mandarin ducks here are completely different from the star beasts in the Earth, Night City dimensional space. The creatures here are very friendly and won't take the initiative to attack us. Later, a group of auspicious beasts came here and they were just curious about the vehicles of human society. They treated this place as their new home and lived with us. Jiang Zhao nodded and said, yeah, it's all in the past, all in the past. While speaking, Jiang Zhao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World that led directly to North America. He said, I have a shelter that's very safe. I'll bring you guys in. Jiang Sun then strode over and summoned everyone to enter. He then said to the 4 Guardians of the Night Clan, in the future, I'll have to trouble you guys to help me maintain order here. Jiang Zhao closed the space door and turned to say to everyone, let's go to Lu Shui. The people there have already gathered. Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Zhao turned to look at Xie Yin with a curious expression. Xie Yin pursed his lips and said, thank you. Feeling a little awkward, Jiang Zhao pressed his hand on Xie Yin's shoulder and said, speaking of which, I feel very guilty. My team has traveled all over China, but we didn't come to Shudu. Xie Yin shook his head and said, the Guardians of the Night said that there's no news about you. We're already lucky that you managed to rush over immediately. Xie Yin and his team would have to walk out of the parking lot and hunt outside in fear every time. Such days were not pleasant. It was fine if they encountered auspicious beasts that were playing alone outside. However, there was one time when Xie Yin and his team actually encountered a ghost monk team. That time, it was really a close shave. Fortunately, he had comrades around him, and the others were also experienced people who were capable. If it were a group of civilians, they might have really suffered heavy casualties. For a man of few words like Xie Yin to be able to speak so much, Jiang Xiao felt extremely honored. In Jiang Zhao's knowledge, Xie Yin was one of the few people who was willing to bear the pain of Black Boulder Mountain. The other person who had been guarding the star technique of the Black Flame series was senior sister Song Chuanxi. He didn't know what kind of story she was hiding under her sparkling lipstick and bright smile. Jiang Xiao didn't know where she was at this moment either. Perhaps she had already become a high-ranking general of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Xiao and Xie Yin had fought against each other in the World Cup before. At the end of the battle, Xie Yin once said something from the bottom of his heart while he was in a trance. Jiang Xiao knew that he was a person with a story. During the 2019 World Cup, Wu Haoyang yelled at Jiang Xiao, "Warriors only die once in their lives." That was what Wu Haoyang said, and he did the same on the green field. Xie Yin, on the other hand, had never said such words in the 2017 World Cup. However, his actions at that time were exactly the same as Wu Haoyang, facing death with equanimity. To the audience, it was just a World Cup game and a Chinese civil war. There was no need for it to escalate to the point of life and death. To some Star Warriors, the concept of victory and defeat was the same as life and death. On the green field, Jiang Xiao stopped Xie Yan's indiscriminate destruction and leaned over to extend his hand to the defeated Xie Yan. Xie Yan said, "You pulled me back." At that time, Jiang Zhao's response was, "I pulled you up." Ever since that World Cup, Jiang Xiao and Xie Yan never crossed paths again. However, Jiang Xiao didn't expect that when he saw Xie Yan again, that memory would be so clear. Perhaps the audience had long forgotten Xie Yan's persistence, pain, and hard work. However, as someone who had experienced it personally, Jiang Xiao couldn't possibly forget this star warrior who was unafraid of death. If there had been a slight mistake during the battle, Xie Yan wouldn't have existed. At the thought of it, Jiang Xiao patted Xie Yan's shoulder and said, let's go to Lu Shui. You definitely won't expect me to meet someone." Jiang Xiao turned to look at the crowd and released the star power threads. He then led a group of people to the ground floor of Xian's residence. Xie Yan immediately discovered a small group of people at the entrance of the estate in the distance. There was actually Jiang Xiao, Jiang Gong, there, who was maintaining order and explaining something to the people. Besides, there was a steady stream of people walking towards the entrance of the estate under the call of the soldiers. Jiang Xiao gestured to the civil and martial team and said, "Go and help, most of them haven't been informed yet." The civil and martial team stared at the estate in a daze, unable to react for a moment. "Little Chongyang, go and look for Sister 3 last. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Go and comfort her," Jiang Xiao said while opening the door of the unit. "Oh." Little Chongyang summoned the Black Ridge fire feather and sat on it before flying into the sky. Jiang Xiao walked into the corridor and knocked on the security door of the first house. Behind the door, Xian's parents had a slight change in expression. They were already frightened by the knocking on the door. Xian was still comforting her parents when she heard the knocking on the door and scurried over. She opened the security door and looked at the two people in front of her. All of a sudden, Xian was a little dumbfounded. The two unfamiliar yet familiar faces brought her back to 3 years ago. Chapter 1131. In the Tree Fortress at the entrance of the district. Jiang Xiao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and watched as everyone walked into it. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt his raincoat being tugged. Jiang Xiao turned around to look, only to see Xian's slightly lowered face. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao asked with concern. Xian wanted to say something but stopped, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Shao walked around the portal of the Calamity Shadow World and maintained the star power thread connected to the portal. He brought Xian to the back of the portal and said softly, "If there's anything, just say it." Xian said, "Just now, Jiang Shao told me that your Calamity Shadow World is very big. It's like a planet." Of course, Jiang Shao knew that she was talking about Jiang Gong. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right." Xian said softly, "Can you let my parents live in other places? My parents, they don't want to see the people in the tree fortress again." Jiang Shao pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "Of course. In my world, there are indeed some people living in other places. Is it possible in Beijiang? I'm on good terms with a savage tribe. The buildings and facilities there are very complete. The savages have also become civilized and friendly. Their hunting, farming, and other things are already on the right track. It's a primitive tribe that can live in peace. By the way, do you remember the teacher who led the Star Warrior Academy in the capital? My teacher, Fang Xingyun, and her family of 6 also lived there." "Teacher Fang?" Xian thought about it and asked, "Are there places where no one lives?" Hearing this, Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. He did not know what happened here, but judging from Xian's reaction when the two of them reunited, she should have been heartbroken. To what extent exactly? She did not even want to live with any humans anymore. Jiang Shao sighed softly. Looking at the gentle and kind girl in front of him, there was only helplessness left in his heart. Why is it that kind people are always the ones who get hurt? Jiang Shao rubbed Xian's head gently and said, "There's a flower sea ranch about 300 kilometers away from where I live. There are tame coiled cows and a group of golden-red candlelight frolicking around. Next to the ranch, there's a wooden house with all the necessary furniture. That's where Mr. Fang used to live. It's very quiet there, and there's no one there. Uncle and Auntie can live there." "A sea of flowers? Gui Shi's flower plate cow?" Xian finally raised her head and looked at Jiang Shao with her big eyes. "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded. Xian happily nodded. She was familiar with the creatures in the purple field next door, so she was very satisfied with this location. She said, "I'll stay by your side and help you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao was stunned. "What is this? Exchange?" Using the condition of joining the team in exchange for his parents' safety? Jiang Shao said without hesitation, "No, you don't have to do this. If you want to join my team, I'll warmly welcome you. If you want to stay with your parents and live a stable life, you can also move there with them." Xian and Wu Haoyang were 2 completely different types of people. Jiang Shao knew that after the World Cup, Xian did not engage in any profession related to Star Warriors. Judging from her life choices, she was not a soldier but a pure national team member. Perhaps her participation in the World Cup was the same as the construction of the tree fortress. She was forced to do so because she had no choice but to be pushed to the altar. She was very strong, but her heart wasn't there. She was the same type of person as Wang Dachui in the Yegu Pagoda. Jiang Shao didn't want to force her to take on more responsibilities. In the future, when her parents were willing to see others, Xian's wounds would gradually heal, and it would be easy for her to move into human society again. Xian remained silent for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you, Xiaopi. It's okay." Jiang Shao grinned, already knowing her choice. He said, "Help me look after the ranch and help me take care of the golden red candles." "Be a nanny?" Xian asked. "Huh?" Jiang Shao added, "Compared to being a nanny, you're more likely to become the principal of the kindergarten. The candles are all extremely mischievous." Xian was speechless. Jiang Shao repeated the same words to Xie Yan and did not force him to do so. In Jiang Zhao's expectations, Xie Xiaohe should be as interested in joining the team and conquering as Wu Haoyang. However, Xie Yan, who couldn't say a single word, said, "I'm tired." Ever since Su Duqing saved him, he had not spoken for a long period of time. At this moment, Xie Yan was indeed physically and mentally exhausted. After all, he had been struggling to survive. Hence, Jiang Shao decided to let him rest on the ancient island. It wouldn't be too late to let Xie Yan join the team when he was well rested and wanted to participate in the battle. The moving process lasted for the entire afternoon. In fact, some people were unwilling to move, but the star warriors and soldiers guarding the place had already decided to do so. Hence, they couldn't stay in the community anymore. At dusk, the sunlight that shone through the gaps in the tree wall above gradually weakened. Jiang Shao and his team had finally sent everyone into the world of the Calamity Shadow. Jiang Shao got busy again and built the wooden huts overnight. Fortunately, the guards of 6 Rivers and Xian all had local star technique. Hence, they all lent a helping hand, greatly increasing the efficiency of the construction of the wooden hut. The ancient island near the Tropic of Cancer in North America had already become a place for humans to live. Jiang Shou and Jiang Sun had already planned out the urban area and were just waiting for Jiang Shao to escort some flower-collared bulls and green-collared bulls over to rear them. They would also bring some seeds from the birch forest to begin planting. This was also the reason why Jiang Shao chose to let the people live here. Compared to the Calamity Shadow world, where the temperature was low and the terrain was plateau, the climate of this ancient island was obviously more suitable for human survival and also more suitable for agriculture. After he was done, Jiang Shao looked at everyone and said, "Let's go back. Tell me the exact location of your camp." According to the guidance of Yang Yiwen of the civil and military team, Jiang Shao brought everyone back to the southwest region of Liaodong. While the soldiers were sent out to look for Jiang Shao, the army also went all the way south from Beijiang and arrived there. Jiang Shao was very familiar with the place. After all, he had been to every inch of the land there a month ago. After flashing twice to adjust his vision, Jiang Shao saw a military camp. Thousands of tents were neatly arranged, which made Jiang Shao elated. Finally, there are reinforcements. Finally, I'm someone who's loved by someone. With the appearance of Jiang Shao and the others, the quiet camp suddenly came alive. Several teams were sent out to search along the empty paths. Finally, there was a team that found the legendary Brigade Commander Jiang. Although it was said to be alive, it was just that all the soldiers walked out and looked at the group of people that appeared quietly. Countless soldiers rushed over after hearing the news, and their ears were filled with the sound of footsteps and occasional whispers. In a military camp of such a scale, it was really frighteningly quiet. The pairs of passionate eyes made Jiang Zhao's scalp go numb. Waves of aura rushed towards Jiang Shao. If it wasn't for San San, Jiang Zhao's legs would have turned to jelly and he would have fallen to the ground. Jiang Shao stood in front of the military camp and saw a familiar figure amidst the crowd. The soldiers made way for him and Jiang Shao had to look in that direction. It was the deputy commander of the 77th Division of the mountain-shattering army of the Central Plains. Yi Zhizhong? Jiang Shao was stunned, but Yi Zhizhong laughed heartily. It was hearty and bold. It seemed so abrupt in the military camp where the sound of footsteps was dense. He was completely different from the first time Jiang Shao met him. Yi Zhizhong stepped forward, and Jiang Shao subconsciously saluted him. Others might not know him, but Jiang Shao knew this big shot very well. In terms of rank, Jiang Shao was only a colonel, while Yi Zhizhong was a young general. In between them was not a title, but a mountain. In terms of relationship, Yi Zhizhong was Yi Qingchen's father. His father came before his daughter? Wait, since he's my disciple's father, why should I be nervous? Shouldn't her father and I be of the same rank? Yi Zhizhong shouted, "Mountain-shattering army, get into formation!" In an instant, a large group of soldiers in green military uniforms quickly lined up behind Yi Zhizhong. At the same time, a roar came from somewhere. Wasteland reclaimers, get into formation. Jiang Shao turned around and saw a middle-aged officer taking the lead in the midst of the desert camouflage that quickly converged on the camp. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank. He didn't know this military officer, but, next to the middle-aged military officer, Jiang Shao saw a familiar figure. Xia Shanhai? There are people from the volunteer corps mixed in here? Isn't he retired? Wait a minute. Those old men are. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Yun. Return. Come. On both sides of old He, there were two old men who looked exactly the same. Are they twins? Guardians of the night. Get into formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the civil and martial team beside Jiang Shao quickly returned to their positions. Jiang Zhao's old habit was acting up again. When he heard the words, Guardians of the Night, get into formation, he subconsciously took a step forward but stopped himself. However, the voice was so familiar that it made Jiang Zhao's body tremble with excitement. That voice was the one that made him feel a sense of belonging. Jiang Shao saw a person who had accompanied him throughout his career as a star warrior, a person who awarded him countless medals, recruited him into the Northwest Guardians of the Night, and changed his life completely. Feng Yi. Feng Yi, the trusted aide of the Supreme Commander of the Northwest Guardians of the Night, actually went to the battlefield? Not only did he go to the battlefield, but he also entered the alien sphere? Should such a person leave the old leader's side? From another perspective, the old leader was willing to send him here. What kind of message was he trying to send? Jiang Shao suddenly realized something. Among all the leaders of the three armies, there were many people who had a close relationship with him, and there was even a direct leader of Jiang Zhao's. Did the Chinese army specially send someone like that? A rough voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, stand at attention. At the side, Wu Haoyang's body was trembling slightly. His eyes were burning with passion as he faced the black mass of soldiers. His blood was boiling, and he was on the verge of bursting into flames. The blind lady had also realized something. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression, and her body suddenly shattered into ink before disappearing without a trace. Upon seeing that, Wu Haoyang thought about it and quickly retreated. However, little Chongyang didn't think too much. She hid behind Jiang Shao and peeked her head out from Jiang Zhao's side, looking curiously at the soldiers who were standing neatly in front of her. The rough voice sounded again. Salute! All of a sudden, the thousands of soldiers in front of Jiang Shao were dressed in military uniforms of various colors, but their movements were extremely orderly and imposing. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's body was stiff. Ever since he saw Yi Zhizhong and subconsciously saluted, he had never put his hands down. Jiang Shao did not leave, nor did he decline. He felt that he deserved it. Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, Daming, Zhongyuan, Ludong, every inch of land that Jiang Shao walked on was supporting him to stand there. It was also telling Jiang Shao that he was worthy of such a bow. Chapter 1132. In the main tent of the military camp, under the watchful eyes of a group of big shots, Jiang Shao held a pen and continuously drew diagonal lines on the map. Soon, Beijiang, Zhongji, Liaodong, most of Daming, the Central Plains, and Ludong were all painted with green diagonal lines. Jiang Shao turned around and said, "Except for a few urban areas, I've already cleared all the star beasts in these areas. You guys know that I have the star map effect that allows my star beads and star techniques to be fully configured and improved in quality. Now, my Calamity Ruins has become another alien ball." At the conference table, the few great seniors of the Wasteland Reclaimers looked at each other, especially Tao Sijuan and Tao Siken. The two old men looked exactly the same, and they were grinning at each other. That scene, was very comical. Jiang Shao then looked at his direct leader, Feng Yi, and said, "That's a calamity planet without any star beast. I've also driven all the creatures on the alien ball into my Calamity Planet and into the corresponding area. Okay. Feng Yi's heart was already in turmoil, but he was very good at keeping a straight face. Jiang Shao changed to a black pen and drew the Birch Forest tribe at the junction of Beijiang and Zhongji. He drew the location of the Yegu Pagoda in the Central Plains and the Dancing Soul City in Ludong. Jiang Shao said, "The creatures in the alien ball are generally 1 or 2 ranks higher than the star beasts of the lower dimension. It's worth noting that some of the star beasts in the alien ball have higher intelligence and can definitely reach a cooperative relationship with us or even a leadership relationship." Jiang Shao then pointed to the Birch Forest tribe and said, "Many years ago, there was a star warrior named Zhu Yu who accidentally entered the alien ball and was later rescued by a group of savages. She then settled in the savages' tribe and started teaching the savages how to plant, hunt, and rear ape ghouls." The big shots listened attentively, but Jiang Shao pointed at little Chongyang who was standing quietly at the entrance of the tent and said, "That star warrior is her mother." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the fearless little Chongyang actually felt a little embarrassed. He turned and ran out of the tent. Jiang Shao said, "What I mean is, some of the star beasts in the alien planet can be assimilated into the human camp. The Birch Forest is a typical example, and I have 2 other examples." With that, Jiang Shao pointed to the Circle of Yigu Pagoda in the Central Plains and the Circle of Dancing Soul City in Ludong. Jiang Shao said, "In 2014, Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen, 2 soldiers of the Guardians of the Night of the Central Plains, light-chasing Falcon Team, accidentally entered the dimensional space at the top of the ancient tower. When I was exploring the foreign land, I found these 2 men. They lived with a group of grimacing monks and built the Yigu Pagoda together with another human star warrior, Wang Dachui." At this point, Jiang Shao turned to look at Izhizhong and said, "Sir, Wang Dachui has yet to reveal his name, but he has stated that he is a member of the Mountain Shatterer army. He might be a member of your team." "Yes." Izhizhong nodded. He had already heard the news from Hiyun. Wang Dachui might really be a member of their team. Jiang Shao said, "After my bait was upgraded, it's the same as Senior Hiyun's bait. However, the quality is higher than Senior He's. I have more bait and can absorb star techniques." Hearing that, all the big shots looked at Hiyun, but Hiyun smiled without saying a word. They were most afraid of the sudden silence. Jiang Shao also felt a little awkward and said, "Well, I left 1 bait in the Yigu Pagoda. The Ghost Monk clan likes to fight, so I catered to their interests and taught them combat skills. Hence, I have a high prestige in the Yigu Pagoda and can be considered their leader. It's the same in the Dancing Soul City." While speaking, Jiang Shao pointed at the map and said, "The Yin-Yang Soul Warriors of Ludong, the white-faced female dancers, and the paper ink book souls are all very intelligent. I'm now the leader of the Dancing Soul City." Jiang Shao turned around and said, "In other words, we have an army. Officers, you can think about it. Whether it's the Birch Forest, the Yigu Pagoda, or the Dancing Soul City, we can mobilize a large number of beasts to help us conquer the alien planet." Even though Senior Hiyun had revealed this information in advance, everyone was still astonished when they heard it from Jiang Shao. This young man is something. He is not simply fighting in the north and south, but he is recruiting star beasts, preserving the star beast fire seed, and building a team. Should such a powerful star warrior really exist? As a high-ranking general of the Northwest Guardian of the Night and the direct superior of the Tail Feather Brigade, Feng Yi obviously knew more. He suppressed his churning thoughts and asked, "How many exactly?" Jiang Shao said, "All the citizens of the Yigu Pagoda are soldiers. At present, it's not a problem to gather 10,000 ghost-face monks and go to war. The Dancing Soul City is a little worse. At present, they can only gather 1,000 troops. As for the Birch Forest, 2,000 savages is not a problem. By the way, I have something to say in advance." Feng Yi said, "Speak." Jiang Shao said, "When I threw the star beasts in the various regions of the alien sphere into my calamity shadow world, I simply drove them into it. After all, each party is not strong enough to accept such a large amount of fresh blood at once. So at this time, the Birch Forest, the Yi Gu Pagoda, and the Dancing Soul City are still in my world, fighting everywhere and expanding the territory." Feng Yi's expression was slightly strange. He said, "Fighting in your space." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment, nodded and added, "Every force has my decoy stationed there to help them plan construction and formulate battle plans. You really know how to find trouble for them." On the side, the unfamiliar leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers sighed deeply and said slowly, "The plan is good, developing steadily." This general was nearly 50 years old. His name was Zhang Hao, and he was also the leader of the Wasteland Reclaimers. He was the same rank as Yi Zhizhong. "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and suddenly patted his head. He said, "By the way, there is an ice prayer forest in Liaodong." As he said this, Jiang Shao hurriedly drew a circle on the map. "I have a good personal relationship with the leader of the ice race. He is now also leading a team in my space, fighting in the Liaodong land and recruiting the ice race team. Everyone," Jiang Shao continued, "the civilians I found in Liaodong, Shudu, and Lushui have all been sent to the ancient island in North America, where homes have been built for them. There are also a few teams of soldiers maintaining order there. Leaders, you can go and inspect them later." Feng Yi made the final decision. "As for the cooperation with the star beasts, we still need to think about it. Let's talk about sharing the area first." That night was a night of information explosion for the three armies. Jiang Zhao's burden had also been greatly relieved. With a few big shots around, Jiang Shao quickly found his own position and did not act presumptuously. He just quietly stayed as a small colonel. However, after saying the information, he did not dare to say anything else. He just quietly listened to the big shots discussion. At night, the preliminary plan was out. According to the current situation, the three armies would be stationed in different areas. The Guardians of the Night and the Mountain-Shattering Army would be stationed in the Central Plains, while the Wasteland Reclaimers would be stationed in Ludong. The Guardians of the Night would be stationed in the ancient Yi Pagoda and be in charge of the 3 Jin and 3 Qin dynasties. They would follow Longon to the west and enter the West Sea and Dajiang. The Mountain-Shattering Army would be in charge of the 3 Jin, northern Hubei, southwest, Xiangnan, Guizhou and all the way to Kainan. The Wasteland Reclaimers would enter Ludong through Haisu and Shanghai. They would be in charge of the Huadong region and kill their way to the land of 8 Min. The division of labor was clear, and they were prepared to cooperate with Jiang Shao to drive away and clean up the local star beasts. Jiang Shao had no objections to this. The Central Plains could be said to be stable on the alien ball. The ancient Yi Pagoda was also an empty city. It was a ready-made headquarters. Although there were no cities in the land of Ludong on the alien ball, it was also stable, and there was no problem setting up a camp. Jiang Shao had become an existence with strategic value. He could help the various teams quickly arrive in the area, and he also had the function of a microphone and transmitting information. Jiang Zhao's battle strategy had also been recognized by the big shot. If they could drive the star beasts in the various areas into Jiang Zhao's calamity shadow world, that would be the best option. However, what Feng Yi and Jiang Shao said next gave him a shock. The reason why the three armies went all the way south from the land of Beijiang and stationed in the southwest of the land of Liaodong was because they would enter the capital the next morning. The thoughts of the generals of the three armies were very unified, or rather, their mission was very unified. Before entering the various areas, they had to first clean up the capital and Tianjin. The Shadow Cave in Tianjin and the Yen Trial Hall in the capital were places that they could not return from. How could Jiang Shao let them go just like that? Damn it! I'll bring my team there. Jiang Shao said decisively and interrupted the discussion at the conference table. However, Feng Yi shook his head and said, "According to the trajectory of your troops in the alien ball and the strength of the creatures in the lower dimensions, we can also see that the capital, Tianjin, and Yanzhou are very dangerous. Don't force yourself, we came prepared." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and thought, "I think the soldiers who have absorbed the star technique of space parcel with the power of the entire country must have a lot of weapons on them? Are they going to use the weapons and equipment of human society? Or could it be?" Feng Yi continued, "There are a total of 10,000 soldiers in the three armies. Apart from a small number of independent teams, a large number of soldiers here are not formed in the form of small teams, but in the form of an army. They are here to carry out missions." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Feng Yi nodded at Old He and continued, "With Old He's intelligence, we all know that the star beasts in the alien ball are powerful and each occupy a mountain. So, the soldiers brought by the three armies this time are not fighting in units of elite teams." Feng Yi paused and said, "In fact, 60% of the soldiers in our army are in the galaxy stage." Jiang Shao was speechless. Although he was bewildered, Jiang Shao knew that the powerhouses of the galaxy stage on Earth were definitely not weeds. There were plenty of them, and it would definitely be difficult to gather a galaxy stage team of 10,000 people. Besides, the alien ball was the focus, but China couldn't be lost either. The main defense was still at the bottom. Yi Zhizhong continued, "In the three armies, 60% of the soldiers are rules awakened. There are a total of 6,000 of them." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression, Yi Zhizhong felt for the first time that this extremely powerful star warrior was the same age as his daughter. Yi Zhizhong said, "Most of these rules-awakened soldiers are divided into two categories. One of them has the Platinum Ice Roar star technique from the Northwest Snow Mountain region, while the other has the Platinum Lightning Fall star technique from the East China Lightning Cave." Jiang Shao nodded dumbly, for he had heard another familiar star technique. It wasn't Ice Roar but Lightning Fall. Back then, Jiang Shao and the others had obtained the Lightning Soul star bead when they fought bravely in Jiangbin Central Street. Little Jiangxue had also learned the Lightning Chain star technique. The Platinum Lightning Fall star technique that Yi Zhizhong mentioned came from the same dimensional space as little Jiangxue's Lightning Chain and Lightning Halo. Yi Zhizhong said, "Do you understand? The first criterion for selecting the soldiers to carry out missions in the alien ball is not strength, but star technique." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he made a bold guess. "You guys, are you going to rely on the rules awakened to conquer the battlefield?" Jiang Shao thought about the scene of thousands of people casting Ice Roar at the same time and thousands of people casting Lightning Fall at the same time. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. Damn it. Jiang Shao thought that he could be called a bulldozer, but no matter how big and powerful his bulldozer was, it couldn't compare to 6,000 bulldozers. Are they really going to go that far? End of this chapter. Chapter 1133. Everyone discussed until the wee hours of the morning and finally had 2 hours of rest. Jiang Shao turned around and walked out of the tent. Just as he was about to catch up with Old He, Feng Yi called him to the side. He Yun shrugged his shoulders and turned around to return to the tent with the Tao brothers. However, he told Jiang Shao to look for him after he was done chatting. Jiang Shao nodded and agreed. Looking at how mysterious Feng Yi was, he didn't ask any questions and instead followed him to the side of the tent obediently. "What's the matter, Officer Feng?" Jiang Shao asked curiously as he stood still. To his surprise, Feng Yi actually took out a small square box from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Shao. "Luan Lv requested that I bring this up to you." At the same time, a message appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Obtained the Vigil of Full Moon Medal. Rewarded with 30,000 skill points. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Feng Yi said, "This is the medal for your third exploration of the Dragon Cave. Second last insisted that I bring it up for you." Feng Yi sized Jiang Shao up quietly and watched as he grabbed the small square box with trembling hands, feeling a little bewildered. Feng Yi felt that perhaps Jiang Shao cared a lot about such meritorious deed. As a soldier, that was normal. However, it seemed a little inappropriate for second last to specially request to bring the medal up at this juncture. At this moment, looking at Jiang Zhao's agitated expression, Feng Yi thought to himself, maybe this kid has an extraordinary sense of recognition and honor for the merit? Or is this a message from second last to Nine Tails? In fact, second last didn't know what the full moon medal really meant to Jiang Shao. However, there were various signs that Jiang Shao was extremely obsessed with the medal. Although second last couldn't come up for the time being, she knew what he wanted and what she could do. Jiang Shao opened the small square box and looked down at the exquisite full moon medal with the help of the moonlight. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Meritorious service was earned by oneself, and it was also deserved by oneself. However, the fact that he could get the medal at this juncture in the strange sphere was because of second last's sincerity. "If we meet again in the future, I'll give you a big hug." "Okay, it's decided. I hope that day will come." Looking at the absent-minded Jiang Shao, Feng Yi did not disturb him and instead left quietly. However, after Feng Yi left, his father-in-law, Uncle Shan Hai came. "Shrimpy, why are you sighing here? Shouldn't you be happy that reinforcements are here?" a familiar voice said. Jiang Shao turned around and saw Xia Shanhai, whom he hadn't seen for years. Uncle Xia." Jiang Shao stammered and hurriedly said with a smile. Beside Xia Shanhai was a 1.8-meter tall man who was dressed in a brown leather jacket and a brown scarf. The Wasteland Reclaimer Army was different from other armies. They did not have a uniform, especially since Xia Shanhai was a volunteer. As long as his clothes matched the colors of the desert, it would be enough for him to pass. Xia Shanhai smiled and sighed. "Fate makes fools of people. In just a few years, you've grown to this level." Due to the fact that Jiang Shao and his daughter, Xia Yan, were classmates and joined the same team before they even graduated, Xia Shanhai had really watched Jiang Shao grow up. Jiang Shao said, "Hasn't Uncle Xia retired? Why did you come up here?" Xia Shanhai smiled and his square face was full of admiration for Jiang Shao. He said, "I responded to the call and came while my old bones could still move." Jiang Shao was a little embarrassed. He was clearly very familiar with Xia Shanhai, but he couldn't find any topic to talk about. Well, Jiang Shao and his daughter did have a lot to talk about. They could bicker for an entire day. However, Jiang Shao wasn't sure if Xia Shanhai was willing to talk about his daughter. However, there was a common topic, such as the Xia family swordsmanship, hidden dagger in a smile. Jiang Shao thought about it again and again, but he still didn't dare to say anything. He thought about it again and asked carefully, "Does Xia Yan know that you're here?" Xia Shanhai smiled and said, "She's grown up and has made a name for herself. She's even busier than me. She doesn't know that I'm here." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Although it seems that the fusion of Earth and the alien ball is the general trend, it's been a long time since there has been a fusion phenomenon. If we don't fuse, we might have to stay here for the rest of our lives." Xia Shanhai was extremely carefree and righteous. He said, "Then do something valuable and give some protection to the people below. You've always been doing that, haven't you?" As he spoke, Xia Shanhai stepped forward and pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "If our arrival can prevent the others and other star warriors from entering the alien sphere and stepping into this dangerous place, isn't that a good thing too?" Jiang Shao froze for a moment and realized something. The reason why Xia Shanhai responded to the enlistment and resumed his identity as a volunteer soldier of the Wasteland Reclamation and entered the alien ball was because he didn't want Xia Yan to enter the alien ball? This pair of father and daughter, who have a terrible relationship and quarrel with each other, seems to be. Xia Shanhai took a step back and gestured to the side. Let me introduce you to my teammate, Wu Huaxing. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man with parted hair. Wu Huaxing? Huaxing? The man stretched out his hand and, of course, discovered Jiang Zhao's strange expression. He said, Hua as in China, Xing as in Xing. Jiang Zhao stretched out his hand and shook the man's hand. Xia Shanhai said, Pinnacle of Galaxy, Assassin Zhan. He's your parents' teammate, just like me. Jiang Zhao scrutinized Wu Huaxing carefully. Wu Huaxing had an ordinary appearance, and if he had to point out something special about him, it would be that he was tall and had a height of about 1.8 meters. However, he was nothing compared to the group of star warriors. At first glance, it was difficult to leave a deep impression on him. Wu Huaxing said, I heard that you embarked on the path to find your parents and entered the dragon cave 3 times. How was it? Did you find your parents? Jiang Zhao fixed his gaze on Wu Huaxing, wanting to cast sound of silence at him. He slowly said, I didn't find them. Wu Huaxing continued, I heard that your Star Warrior transformation can be traced back to the past. Did you not see what happened at that time? Did you not find out where they went? We speculated that it was the time turbulence caused by the Battle of the Dragons. The 2 of them disappeared from the battlefield just like that. Upon hearing this, Xia Shanhai's face turned gloomy. Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly and said, I can only trace it back to 3 years ago at most. I can't see anything further than that. If he traced back to what happened a year ago, Jiang Zhao could still look at it for 10 to 8 minutes. However, the further back he went, the more energy he had to expend. Jiang Zhao could only trace it back to 3 years ago before he was completely exhausted. By the time Jiang Zhao entered the dragon cave, his parents had already been missing for 5 years. He really had the heart but not the strength. Wu Huaxing asked, You didn't find any traces of your parents in the alien ball either? Jiang Zhao said, Yes, I searched all over the 3 northern provinces and asked every teammate I met in the alien ball. They've never seen my parents or anyone who looks like them. The 2 of them held each other's hands tightly and maintained the same posture while conversing. Xia Shanhai clearly felt that something was amiss. Xia Shanhai didn't know why Jiang Zhao was so hostile towards this person. Was it just because he had the same name as the Star Warrior organization? It shouldn't be, right? Xia Shanhai said, He's your neighbor. Ever since our team disbanded, he also left the volunteer corps and has been secretly protecting you. You're the one who lives in 702? Jiang Zhao asked in shock. He's the one who lives in 702? In that case, where were you when Sophia broke into my house and took control of me? When Ash broke into my house and threatened me and Han Jiangxue, what were you doing? Watching the show? Wu Huaxing nodded and said, I have to do something for my old teammate. Jiang Zhao asked, Have you been living there all this time? Wu Huaxing said calmly, Ever since you graduated from high school and went to college, I rarely went back. A strange smile appeared on Wu Huaxing's face as he said, When you were unaware, Madame Luan once stood in front of my door and declared her sovereignty over you. At that time, you were still a high school student who had yet to leave Beijiang. You probably hadn't joined the Guardians of the Night yet. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, After I went to college and left Beijiang, you stopped guarding us? This explanation. Wu Huaxing continued, Madame Luan should be glad that she used her shoe rack to lean against the door. At that time, she didn't have the keys to your house yet. If the door were to be blown shut, she would have to find someone to unlock it again. Jiang Zhao did not continue and instead asked, After moving away, Uncle, did you return to the Wasteland Reclamation Volunteer Corps? Wu Huaxing looked at Jiang Zhao and said, I went to the Dragon Cave with a new team again, but I didn't find anything. Jiang Zhao nodded silently, looking like he had a lot on his mind. He didn't say anything else. Xia Shanhai asked, "What's the matter? Xiaopi? What happened?" He initially thought that after saying that Wu Huaxing had secretly protected the siblings, Jiang Xiao would be very grateful to Wu Huaxing, or at least ease the tense atmosphere. However, the effect did not seem to be good. Everything that Jiang Xiao showed did not match Xia Shanhai's understanding of him. Xia Shanhai was very sure that he was a grateful child, but at this moment, why? Wu Huaxing also had a curious look on his face as he asked, "Did something happen to your family while I was away?" "No, no." Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and nodded at them with a smile. "It's fine." Seeing that Jiang Xiao was unwilling to talk about it, Xia Shanhai did not insist. Instead, he took a step forward and pressed his hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. He said, "Many people have come up now. You don't have to shoulder everything on your own. If you have any requests, just tell Uncle Xia. No matter what it is, Uncle Xia will do his best. You've taken good care of Xia Yan from high school to university, from the national team to the Guardians of the Night. Now, it's Uncle Xia's turn to take care of you." Feeling the strong and broad hand on his shoulder, Jiang Xiao felt a warm feeling in his heart. Wu Huaxing said, "Given Xiaopi's abilities, I'm afraid you don't need to take care of it." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Of course I do. I'm only in the middle of the Galaxy Sea realm. Since the two of you could help the Wasteland Reclaimers explore the Dragon Cave as foreign aid many years ago, you must be at the peak of the Galaxy Sea realm now." Jiang Xiao then sized them up. Xia Shanhai smiled and said, "What are you looking at? Are you going to hear us mention the word starry sky?" Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "What if we do?" Jiang Xiao then turned to look at Wu Huaxing. The old twins stood on his left and right like two bodyguards. Today seems to be the Goddess Day? According to tradition, should there be updates? However, Xiaopi didn't seem to have any female fans and Weibo was full of male mothers. Chapter 1134. For the young leader who didn't understand the sorrow of time. Senior He. Xia Shanhai smiled apologetically. It could be seen that they knew each other. Thinking about it, the two of them should have gotten to know each other during the long journey in the upper dimension of the snowfield. Ha! Elder He. Jiang Xiao imitated He Yun's pronunciation, smiled, stepped forward, opened his arms, and gave He Yun a big hug. It was shameful to say that they had already met for a whole day, but this was the first time he hugged He Yun and the first time they talked in private. "Hey, be gentler. What did you say back then?" He Yun nudged Jiang Xiao smilingly and said, "I'm the bait, don't choke me to death." Jiang Xiao was confused. He Yun turned sideways, put his arm around Jiang Xiao's shoulder, and gestured to the two old men behind him. "These are my teammates from back then, Tao Siken of Sky 3 and Tao Sijuan of Sky 4. Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know what to call them. Master? Grandpa? Uncomfortable. What should he call them? Elder Tao? But there are two Elder Tao, what are you waiting for? Call someone. He Yun slapped Jiang Xiao's shoulder. Jiang Xiao had a strange feeling, like an adult bringing a child to visit and asking the child to call someone. Jiang Xiao stammered, "The two of you, hello, Master Tao." Okay. Tao Siken and Tao Sijuan nodded repeatedly, and Tao Sijuan of Sky 4 even said, "Good job, young man. It's a material. I heard that you're a member of our Wasteland Reclamation Volunteer Corps? Have you been led astray by Xiaoxia? Why did you join the Volunteer Corps?" Tao Sijuan looked at Xia Shanhai with an unfriendly expression as he spoke. Xia Shanhai looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Tao Siken of Sky 3, however, made the final decision, saying domineeringly and directly, "After this mission is over, we'll return to Earth, and I'll arrange for someone to make you a permanent member. Yes, yes, yes. Tao Sijuan nodded in agreement. Our heaven reclamation team is old, and someone has to inherit it. I think this kid is a good choice. Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old man, the moment he opened his mouth, he already knew he was an old wasteland reclamation snatch. His style was domineering and overbearing. It was the same as He Yun back then. Xia Shanhai said softly, Elder Tao, Sky Splitter is now a first-class designation for the wasteland reclaimers. Tao Sijuan nodded thoughtfully and said, Yes, that's true. It's a little difficult. Tao Siken smiled and said, What's so difficult about it? In every regiment, wouldn't there be a regiment with the same name to act as a stabilizing force? You have to know that the heaven-splitting team came first, and then the heaven-splitting team. Which of those brats would dare to use our team's designation? But this Jiang brat is now a brigade commander. If he can return to Earth safely, are you sure he will still be a brigade commander? The two old men began to argue as if there was no one else around. He Yun pulled Jiang Shao and turned around, ignoring the two brothers. The two of them had been bickering for their entire lives. Their combat prowess was terrifyingly strong. Once they started a topic, it would never end. Moreover, what made He Yun particularly uncomfortable was that he realized that some people, really? The older they got, the more talkative they became. On the first night of their reunion, He Yun did not drink much, but instead, he was filled with the speech therapy of the two brothers. He Yun said to Jiang Shao, I've already told you that I'm the bait, right? Jiang Shao nodded and took a step to the side. He sized He Yun up and said, What goes around comes around. It's your turn to be the messenger this time. Actually, it was understandable. He Yun's actual body could not come up because his bait was of platinum quality, and he could only summon one bait. Maybe there would be a second or third batch of reinforcements. If that was the case, He Yun's original body on Earth could summon the bait again to escort the reinforcements to the alien sphere. It was just that the platinum bait didn't have the ability to replace, so it couldn't be directly summoned to cancel the bait. By then, He Yun would probably have to commit suicide before he could summon it again. Ha, kid, it's good enough that you know my function. He Yun's heartfelt smile seemed to be expressing his joy at their reunion. However, he said, You've helped so many people. It's my turn to help you this time. Tell me, is there anyone you want to talk to? Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's breathing paused slightly. He Yun laughed out loud and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder. However, you have to be careful with your words. I'm not used to what you youngsters are saying. If it makes me sore, I'm not going to pass the message to you. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, What should I do then? The smell of love is sour, oh? He Yun's eyes lit up. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he had found his granddaughter-in-law. He immediately perked up and said, Okay, I'll bear with it. Hurry up and tell me which girl you want to talk to. Tell me their phone number. Jiang Shao blinked and glanced at Xia Shanhai. Xia Shanhai was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao chuckled. Scared you to death. He hurriedly pulled He Yun and walked into the distance. He Yun's perception was not to be trifled with. His ability to collect information about the surrounding environment was extremely strong. How could he not notice Jiang Zhao's actions? As the two of them walked away, He Yun asked with a smile, Is it the daughter of the Xia family? No, it's not. Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and said, I was talking to my sister and Husky came over. He Yun asked, Husky? Jiang Shao said, Don't bother about it. Can you contact Han Jiangxue? 8 Tails of the Tailed Feather Brigade. He Yun humphed and said, Do you know what kind of treatment I'm enjoying down there? It's a piece of cake for me to make calls. Right now, I rely on my words to survive. I'm a medical auxiliary in the Starry Sky stage. I thought I could contribute to the battlefield and help my comrades, but now, I sit in the office every day and become the head of intelligence. Jiang Shao was speechless. As Jiang Shao reported He Yun's phone number, He Yun remained silent for a long time before saying, "No one picked up." "Oh, maybe they're on a mission," Jiang Shao said, feeling a little disappointed. He Yun said, "If it's the Tail Feather Brigade, I'll talk to Lasluan and ask her." "Ah, that works too. Don't tell her that you're calling her because you're looking for Han Jiangxue. Just say that you're calling her because you're looking for her. Okay, kid, you're pretty good at pleasing the leader. It shouldn't be a problem for you to be the head of the heaven-splitting team in the future," He Yun said casually, causing Jiang Shao to grimace in pain. "Who can stand it if you keep doing that? Why don't you apply for a joint venture team of Guardians and Wasteland Reclaimers? Let's call it the Wasteland Defenders." More than 10 seconds later, He Yun said, "The call got through. Go ahead." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" He Yun suddenly lowered his voice and tried to make it hoarse, as if he was imitating Second Last. "Go ahead." Jiang Shao was upset to hear that. He thought about it and asked tentatively, "Do you miss me?" He Yun was dumbfounded. Seeing that He Yun didn't reply for a long time, Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Did you send a message or not?" He Yun scratched his head, his round face full of awkwardness. No, I can't say it. At my age, how can I talk to a girl like that? Say something else. Okay, Jiang Shao dragged He Yun away and said, "My neighbor, Wu Huaxing, from Unit 702. Have you looked for him before?" This time, He Yun responded quickly and said, "Yeah, he's your parents' teammate. When you weren't at home, I told him once that you'd be one of our guardians." Jiang Shao said, "Do you know what happened at home?" His explanation was that he hasn't been coming back since I went to college. Besides, I'm really infuriated when I hear his name. After hearing He Yun's explanation, Second Last immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. Second Last said, "You can trust him. He's your parents' best friend and comrade in arms." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "In a few days, I'll apply to Commander Feng Yi to go to Dajiang to carry out a mission. Which area do you think is better?" Second Last said, "I'll discuss it with Commander Feng Yi. He'll report to the Supreme Commander in the northwest through Old He and confirm the area where the dimensional space should be opened." Jiang Shao said, Okay. How are my teammates? Are they around? How's little Jiangxue?" He Yun continued to repeat Second Last's words. "They're out on a mission. Don't worry, they're fine. Find your position in the alien sphere. Obey orders and follow instructions." Jiang Shao looked at He Yun with a pained expression. "This old man is limiting me." Jiang Shao said to He Yun helplessly, "With you in the middle, I can't say anything even though I'm full of nonsense. That's just how she is. When you talk to her seriously, she's just an emotionless machine. It's so boring." Jiang Shao said that he couldn't say anything, but in fact, that was not all. It was indeed very inconvenient to have a middleman in the middle, and he couldn't talk about many specific things. If it were in private, Jiang Shao would at least talk to Second Last about Third Last and plead for her. In the future, Jiang Shao hoped to have a good discussion with Second Last about whether he should summon her back into the team again or give her the cold shoulder like Commander Feng Yi did. However, under such circumstances, He Yun suddenly said, "Attention!" Jiang Shao subconsciously stood at attention. He Yun said, "Military posture, half an hour." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Damn it, did you pass the message to her too?" He Yun smiled and said, "She doesn't want to talk anymore. I'm hanging up." Jiang Shao stood in place obediently and suddenly said, "Wait." He Yun raised his eyebrows with a curious look on his face. Jiang Shao said, "I've received the medal that you asked someone to send to me. Thank you." Jiang Shao said, "I think this is the medal for our team's exploration of the Dragon Cave. I miss the time when we were on missions together. I'm looking forward to the day we meet again." Jiang Shao said, "I'll clean up the Dajiang area as soon as possible." Jiang Shao said, Those who know me know that I'm a man of my word. Jiang Shao said, No, that's all. Take care. He Yun repeated Jiang Zhao's words and nodded with a smile in the end, indicating that he had delivered the message. In a dark room at the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade on Earth, Second Last hung up the phone and threw the receiver on the landline. She suddenly raised her hand and touched her ponytail before pulling off the dark red hairband. She then held it in her hand and stared at it silently. There was only silence in the pitch-black room. After a long time, Second Last finally moved a little. She lowered her head and held the dark red hairband in her hand. She then put her hands behind her head again and slowly tied her ponytail. She then muttered, No. Chapter 1135. In the early morning, in the southwest of Liaodong, a large group of people was ready to set off, which made Jiang Shao excited. Ever since he entered the abnormal sphere, he had never participated in a battle of 10,000 soldiers. The profession of Star Warriors was undoubtedly a destructive existence. A team of 4 with their own system was more than enough to defeat an army of 10,000. Jiang Shao had participated in the support of the peninsula and the defense battle of Dajiang. However, under those circumstances, the Star Warriors only spread out the battle line and did not concentrate their forces to advance crazily. In Jiang Zhao's career as a Star Warrior, the closest he got to such a battle was when he participated in the final battle in Kongjind. At that time, under the effects of the star techniques of the various Star Warriors, more than half of Kongjin's main city disappeared. It was drizzling continuously, which should have been done by the Star Warriors who were related to Tyr Rain. They were responsible for sensing the environment and reporting to the team in time. The 10,000 soldiers were divided into 12 large phalanxes, each of which had 4 soldiers. The commander's camp was in the middle to command and deploy, while the other 3 phalanxes were in a triangle and fixed around the camp in the middle. The troops were clearly separated and the battle line was wide open, advancing steadily. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, led his Star Advent team and wandered in front of the Guardians of the Night. Similarly, there were dozens of teams that were similar to Jiang Zhao's team, wandering around the phalanxes, such as the civil and martial team that Jiang Shao met for the first time. Those teams entered the abnormal sphere as a combat unit of 4 people. Their overall strength was a few levels higher than that of ordinary soldiers, but they were not part of the bulldozer army. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Shao had put his bait and mecha on stone rings. Martha and Beza's faces were indeed very abrupt when they appeared in the Huaxia army's camp. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Shao not only put on masks for them, but he also borrowed the uniforms of the various armies and got the bait and mecha to accompany the commanders of the various armies so that they could communicate with each other immediately. Under the drizzling rain, the army's footsteps were dense and they stepped over the puddles of water, causing splashes. In Jiang Zhao's domain terror perception, he had already discovered the dreadful fugitives in the land of Yan Zhao. If he wanted to enter the imperial capital and Jinmen, he would have to pass through Yan Zhao. Unless one entered Jinmen by sea, no matter how one looked at it, the land of Yan Zhao was wrapped around these 2 cities. Targets found. Desperados, 28 of them, 11 o'clock, 1,000 meters away, heading west. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Jiang Shao and Wu Haoyang looked at each other. At the same time, Feng Yi's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie on his waist. Move forward steadily and report in real time. There was no need to report to the Guardians of the Night when they fought on their own. Also Jiang Lv. Jiang Shao froze for a moment, not knowing why he was suddenly called out. However, he still hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Roger, please speak. Feng Yi said, cover your squad and follow the Night Watch army. Cooperate with the team. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. All right, of course. Feng Yi knew what Jiang Shao had done in the alien sphere. There was no doubt that Jiang Shao and his team had already formed a fixed mindset, which was definitely different from the tactical thinking of the army. Besides, Jiang Zhao's team was the best of the best. Even a first-class team of Star Warriors might not be able to keep up with the pace of the Star Advent team, let alone ordinary Star Warriors. Roger. Jiang Shao stretched out his right hand, and Wu Haoyang, Blind Lady, and little Chongyang slowed down and followed the Guardians of the Night on the left. As a point of the triangle, although it was a phalanx, the phalanx was very spread out. There were a total of 8 teams of 100 people, each of which was surrounded by a circle of shield warriors and melee fighters. In the center, there was a medical support team, and the rest were all rules awakened. 800 meters, 700 meters. The voice stopped at this point. In the relatively open terrain, both sides with sharp hearing and eyes easily discovered each other. A skull had already appeared behind the small hill. Not far from Jiang Shao, a very rough male voice sounded, "Guardian of the Night. All of you. According to the established plan, sound of silence, ice roar, get ready. Release." Whoosh, the sound of silence star technique, sound of silence, which was invisible to the naked eye, was smashed right in front of the army. The sound of silence star technique was neatly arranged in front of the phalanx. Since the sound of silence star technique was invisible, how did Jiang Shao discover it? Because he saw a few desperados who had activated their blades of desperados drew a platinum arc in the air. However, the blades of desperados in their hands shattered when they were 100 meters away from the army. The huge skeleton that was moving at high speed also lost its speed and immediately appeared in front of everyone. When passing through the sound of silence star technique, the blade of death in the hands of the desperados naturally shattered after losing the support of star power. However, due to the inertia of the blade of death, the desperados still staggered forward. After leaving the range of the sound of silence star technique, they activated the blade of death again without hesitation. This time, as soon as they moved, they passed through the second row of the sound of silence star technique, and the blade of death in their claws shattered again. At the node that appeared for the second time, a series of ice roars smashed towards them. Bang! 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 Jiang Shao was taken aback. He had seen the ice roars of one person and many people, but the ice roars of 500 or 600 people? Damn it! Jiang Shao couldn't help but grit his teeth and take a step back. A vortex of crushed ice had already swept out, and there was already a world of ice and snow in front of everyone. The figures of several desperados instantly disappeared in the vortex of crushed ice. Under the superposition of hundreds of ice roars, the body of the desperados was swept away. Gone. Gone. Not to mention the bodies of the desperados, even the terrain was badly damaged and could no longer be described as a complete mess. The layers of ice roars created a huge hole in the ground. Pieces of the terrain disappeared and turned into dust before disappearing without a trace as the vortex of crushed ice spun rapidly. Almost at the same time, the wasteland reclaimers in the middle of the 3 armies were also surrounded by electric currents. Ka-cha! Under the overcast sky, hundreds of huge electric currents poured down in torrents. In the formation of 1,000 people, hundreds of Star Warrior rules awakened looked up at the same time with electric currents in their eyes. Faced with the desperados who were being held back by the vines and interfered with by star power, the thick electric currents also overlapped and were extremely powerful. Even though there were dozens or even hundreds of electric currents striking the same spot, the other hundreds of electric currents still turned the battlefield in front of the wasteland reclaimers into the bombardment range of lightning storm. It was lightning storm that had been strengthened countless times. The single-target star techniques, lightning fall, were forcibly pieced together by the Star Warrior soldiers into a group star technique. The desperados were electrocuted and turned into ashes. Under the thick electric currents, Jiang Shao even thought that he saw a waterfall made up of lightning. The The thick electric currents were dense and covered a large area, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have broken open. It poured down like a torrential waterfall, wantonly churning with electric currents, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside. Damn it! Jiang Xiao shivered, and he even felt that the hundreds of electric currents that were concentrated in a single area could create a space-time rift. That's too terrifying, isn't it? Can I survive such an attack? As diamond-quality creatures, the physical strength of the Desperados was obvious to all, especially the Desperados, which had a passive defensive star technique, Diamond Body of Desperados. The Desperados could easily defeat a Rules Awakened in the Galaxy stage with one hand. The Desperados could completely resist a Platinum Lightning Fall and would at most feel numb, but it would not suffer too much damage. However, hundreds of Galaxy Rules Awakened and thousands of lightning strikes were concentrated at a single point. Jiang Xiao turned to look at the blind lady, who tilted her head slightly and carefully sensed everything that was happening on the battlefield. Ever since the Star Advent team entered Yen and Zhao 3 times and were defeated 3 times, a central idea had been formed: quality was more important than quantity. However, that perception was based on the number of human teammates in the Yegu Tower. It would be good enough if Jiang Xiao could gather 5 or 6 human star warriors. The tens of thousands of ghost monks were all melee star beasts. 60% of the tens of thousands of human soldiers in front of them were Rules Awakened. China was well aware of what kind of people they were going to send, what kind of team they were going to form, and what kind of team they were going to build. Everything was just as Feng Yi said. Apart from some of the 4-man teams, the selection criteria for the other Star Warriors were mainly star techniques, followed by strength. The increase in quantity still led to a qualitative leap in quality. Ants can bite an elephant to death? No, that's not a good description. There's strength in numbers. Ha! The blind lady sighed softly. The so-called starry stage powerhouses no longer had the right to be arrogant in front of such an army. What kind of country can react in time and quickly assemble a 10,000-strong army that specializes in ice roar and lightning fall? Jiang Zhao's heart went from bewilderment to shock, and in the end he was filled with pride. One after another, huge ice storms filled the air, and one after another, lightning waterfalls pierced through the dark clouds, pouring down in torrents. On the disaster-like battlefield, Jiang Xiao picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and said, "Sir, I have a suggestion." Feng Yi said, "Speak." Jiang Xiao said, "I clearly know our battle strategy and strength. I think my Tears of Sorrow is of high quality and can control the range to achieve the effect of shrinking the circle. You can arrange the various formations, and I can use my Tears of Sorrow to drive the star beasts to the front of all the creatures in a large area. In this way we can greatly increase the efficiency of clearing the star beasts. Besides, we can set up a formation in advance and wait for the escaping star beasts to fall into the trap." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's face grew sullen and his mind began to race. Wei Feather Brigade had reported that Jiang Lv's star techniques were of high quality and he could use them in many different ways. In fact, there were even some tricks that Wei Feather Brigade had not mastered. This little toxic healer can shrink the circle? Thank you, when the wind rises again, for the 100,000 yuan reward. After midnight, I'll ask for some tickets. Chapter 1136. During the battle, one had to consider not only oneself but also the opponent. For the creatures in Yanzhao, Jiang Xiao felt that they could attack from afar with peace of mind. Yanzhao was mainly made up of fugitives. There were also creatures in the Shadow Cave and the Shadow Domain. Among them, only the fallen Shadow Witch's star technique was slightly threatening to them. However, regardless of whether it was resentment or silence, the purification of the army would not give the fallen Shadow Witch any chance. Besides, the fallen shadow which in the alien ball was of platinum quality, and the star technique of enmity was only of silver quality. If they wanted to attack from afar, they would have to wait until the star technique of resentment reached platinum quality. Feng Yi's response was abnormally short. Wait a moment. He reckoned that he should have gone to negotiate with the wasteland reclaimers and the mountain-shattering army. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's mentality was completely different from when he had just set off. 30 seconds later, Feng Yi's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. Execute your plan in 10 minutes. We will set up the defense system in 10 minutes. As he spoke, the army had already changed their formation. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, layers of vines spread out tens of meters in front of the phalanx, and all sorts of broken swords fell into the vines. Layers of thorns rose and formed a trap. The defensive fortifications, which were a mixture of tree and mud walls, rose from the ground and were built layer by layer, leaving only a gap in the middle to provide vision for the rules awakened. Behind each defensive wall, there was a row of rules awakened, all waiting for an order to activate the defensive shield. The shield warriors and melee fighters were mixed in with the special Star Warrior team that used the army as a combat unit. Their battle strategy was completely different from that of the four-man team. Jiang Zhao had already taken the opportunity to flash continuously and enter the hinterland of the northern region of Yanzhao. He activated the Tears of Sorrow and used the effects of the Tears of Sorrow to drive all the wandering star beasts towards the northernmost part of Yanzhao. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhao returned and couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the layers of fortifications. Feng Yi said, "Now begin." Jiang Zhao's eyes were red and he tried his best to activate his star power to expand the range of his Tears of Sorrow. However, he also used the Tears of Sorrow carefully. More star beasts reacted and swarmed towards the north, unwilling to touch the Tears of Sorrow. Of course, there were some star beasts that, due to their reactions and choices, escaped in the wrong direction. They wandered all over the land of Yanzhao, or fell to the ground, unable to get up. However, compared to the star beast army that was swarming towards the north, the scattered star beasts were a minority. Baze, who was next to Yi Zhizhong, heard the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. The first group of fugitives is approaching. The target team is 31. They are about 1,000 meters away. The mountain-shattering army is in front. Get ready. Baze raised his head. Wearing a hoop mask, purple electric currents flashed across his eyes. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the pitch-black clouds churned wantonly. Yi Zhizhong quickly gave the command. Then, he said to Baze, "If you and Ting Hui had captured Na Na Zi back then, would you have been able to control her body?" Jiang Zhao, Baze, made a nasal sound. "Xiaopi." Yi Zhizhong said in a deep voice, "Your martial star conversion ability is very powerful. Under such conditions, the sea-devouring soul star chart is even more powerful. It's so powerful that it's hard to accept it. Learn to protect yourself." Jiang Zhao thought about it again and nodded gently. When the two of them first met in Yiwutang, Yi Zhizhong spoke to Jiang Zhao as half an officer and half an elder. In the latter half of the conversation, Yi Zhizhong even comforted Jiang Zhao purely as an elder. Jiang Zhao knew that Yi Zhizhong had praised and acknowledged him because of his relationship with Yi Qingchen, as well as the fact that Jiang Zhao's actions had been upright and righteous all this while. In fact, Jiang Zhao had realized the problem of strength a long time ago. From the moment he obtained the internal star chart, he knew what he might face in the future. It didn't matter if one was stronger or stood at the peak of the world. However, if one's strength exceeded a certain limit and became a threat to all of humanity, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even lead to a disaster. Rumble. Densely packed electric currents poured down, and the sudden burst of electric light lit up the entire gloomy sky. Jiang Zhao Bei's eyes were filled with purple electric currents as he said, "I believe that this world can accommodate me." Although he said that, Jiang Zhao's actions all along did not match his words at this moment. Along the way, Jiang Zhao had been living a humble life. However, now that He Yun had returned to Earth, the Tail Feather team had no choice but to report the information, and Second Last had also withstood the pressure. Jiang Zhao could no longer hide. As for what exactly awaited him in the future, only time would tell him the answer. He would have to explore the land of the abnormal planet first. When all the crises were resolved and everything was over, when this world no longer needed heroes, when it no longer needed mutants, at least, he still had his own Calamity Shadow world and a place where he could retire. Although the Star Warriors were a minority, they were enough to be called mutants. However, in comparison, even among the Star Warriors, Jiang Zhao was undoubtedly an anomaly. Come to think of it, it would be a wonderful thing for him to live a retired life at such a young age. He would find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He would hug a candle, sleep on a bear, and watch the dragons and whales dance together. He would spend the rest of his life recalling the mountains, rivers, and seas that he had been through all these years. It's worth it. Among the guardians of the night, Jiang Zhao's eyes were red and he was tearing up continuously. He activated the field tears and wound tears and looked up at the sky. Smack! Jiang Zhao suddenly slapped himself, giving Wu Haoyang a great shock. Jiang Zhao, what's wrong with you? Little Chongyang asked curiously. All sorts of auxiliary star techniques were being used in the army, and Jiang Zhao also activated his nostalgia halo to help the soldiers recover their star power. Upon hearing little Chongyang's question, Jiang Zhao said, "I'm a hipster again. Beat yourself up." Little Chongyang asked with a dumbfounded expression, "What's hipster?" Jiang Zhao said, "Just like how I'm looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle and crying non-stop. However, then again, if he wanted to retire, he should take the opportunity to make his life more exciting." At this moment, the three armies had stepped into the abnormal planet. Hence, Jiang Zhao and his Star Advent team could completely abandon the idea of searching every inch of the planet. After the mission in Beijing and Tianjin, Jiang Zhao could lead the team to the most powerful areas to carry out the mission. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao turned to look at everyone while holding back his tears. His gaze also landed on the warhorse that little Chongyang was riding. At this moment, the overlapping ice roar and lightning fall on the battlefield had broadened Jiang Zhao's horizons and allowed him to completely understand the power of the single, group attack system. If little Chongyang's little charcoal Hong had great rallying power within the clan, then could little Chongyang build a Black Ridge Fire Feather army? If hundreds and thousands of Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion really listened to orders, would they be able to form an overwhelming force? At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao said, "Little Chongyang." Little Chongyang asked, "Huh?" Jiang Zhao said, "Do you want to try and befriend the Black Ridge Fire Feather clan? Let your little charcoal become the leader of the clan. In the future, when we carry out missions again, we might be able to fight like this and give the enemy a painful blow." Little Chongyang's eyes lit up. Of course, she knew the power of her star pet's Firestorm star technique. If hundreds and thousands of Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion launched a firestorm at the same time, little Chongyang grinned, as if he was immersed in a wonderful fantasy. Jiang Zhao asked, "Should we go and try it now?" Jiang Zhao wanted to say, "There's no point in you staying here." However, the truth was rather hurtful, so he decided not to say it. At this moment, there were all kinds of star techniques on the battlefield, but they were all overshadowed by two star techniques, as if they were the only two left in the world: Ice Roar and Lightning Fall. The tens of thousands of Star Warrior soldiers seemed to have become a destructive machine. They were operating effectively and the output had reached an unimaginable level. Even though Jiang Zhao had the endurance of the Candle Moon quality, he didn't dare to step onto the battlefield easily. The only thing he had to pay attention to was not to be attacked by the enemy. However, due to the various traps, fortifications, and barriers, the current situation was still rather good. Fortunately, the creatures there did not have any star techniques like teleportation or teleportation. Otherwise, they would have long exploded. Jiang Shao was also secretly helping out by laying a thick layer of tears of sorrow in front of the three armies to prevent any accidents from happening. The Star Warriors soldiers who were hiding behind the mud walls and tree walls and working together to open the transparent defensive shield only discovered after a long time that there were very few star beasts and star techniques that actually collided with the walls. On the one hand, it was because of the brutality of the army's attack. Most of the star beasts were drowned in the shattered ice storm, and the few that managed to escape were all 50 to 60 meters away. Their behavior and thoughts were chaotic, and it was difficult for them to cause any problems. At the side, Wu Haoying said, "Xiaopi, I'll go too." Jiang Shao looked at Wu Haoyang with teary eyes and understood what he meant. Second Master Wu had been coveting the foal for a long time. Among the 600-odd Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion, only one was a cub. Wu Haoyang was straightforward and he requested, "I hope you can allow me to absorb the cub of the Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion." Jiang Shao interrupted Wu Haoyang and said, "Not only do I hope that you can absorb it successfully, but I also hope that you can become a cub of the Ghost Wolves under the stars. In the future, you can lead thousands of Ghost Wolves and activate the Blood Fang Star technique to tear everything in front of you apart." Jiang Shao then opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and reminded, "Don't rush to absorb it. Get along well with the cub first. It's important for both parties to reach an agreement. Besides, don't be disheartened even if you fail. We've only explored a small part of the border between the Northland and Great Ming Dynasty. There are still a large number of Black Ridge Fire Feather Legion." Jiang Shao then turned to look at little Chongyang and said, "Protect this big brother." Little Chongyang nodded obediently and slapped his chest, causing the bone necklace to jingle. "Don't worry, I'll protect him." Wu Haoyang was speechless. Jiang Shao was still a little worried and hence, he asked Jiang Sun to follow him in. As the door of the Calamity Shadow World closed, Jiang Shao turned to look at Blind Lady and said, "Such a battlefield situation and offensive tactics are beyond my expectations." Blind Lady nodded and said, "Indeed." Jiang Shao said, "With them around, we'll be free. In the future, we can specifically choose the most dangerous places to carry out missions." The Blind Lady pursed her lips and said, Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao vaguely sensed something. She doesn't seem to be in high spirits? Logically speaking, she should be very interested in what Jiang Shao had to say since she wanted to set foot in China and even explore every corner of the world. Isn't that what she's obsessed with? But why is her reaction so calm? Does she have any other thoughts? Jiang Shao realized the seriousness of the problem. It seemed that Blind Lady had been especially quiet since the moment the Celestial Advent team met the Chinese army. Chapter 1137. The battle continued intermittently for nearly a day. Fortunately, there were sufficient medical support personnel in each team. Otherwise, the three armies would have run out of star power in no time. At dusk, the soldiers were searching for star beads in the abyss. The battle was indeed tragic, but the environment of the battlefield was even more so. The wasteland reclaimers and the mountain-shattering army had already collapsed the ground, creating a natural moat. The Guardians of the Night did not give in either. Due to the fact that Ice Roar was an Earth-based star technique, it would hit the ground hard every time it was cast. At this moment, there was already a canyon in front of the Guardians of the Night. In the end, the soldiers could not even find a target to attack and had to rely on Jiang Zhao's tears of sorrow. Jiang Shao felt that after the battle was over, Blind Lady would definitely be able to enter and live secretly for 16 years. The Star Warrior soldiers entered the canyon to search for star beads. If nothing went wrong, the soldiers would set up camp there. After all, it was already safe enough to have a natural moat and fortifications. They also needed time to adjust their state and replenish their star power. After communicating with Feng Yi, Jiang Shao left with Blind Lady, Decoy, and the mecha. Why? It was because Jiang Shao had long discovered that driving all the star beasts to the front of the army was equivalent to sentencing them to death. There should be some star beasts in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. To Jiang Zhao's delight, most of the star beasts that were driven there by Tears of Sorrow wandered on the ground. In the land of Yanzhao, the fugitives lived in the Cave of Death, while the fallen clan lived in the Shadow Cave and Shadow Domain. In other words, some star beasts existed underground. Jiang Shao paid special attention to it. When he used Tears of Sorrow to shrink the circle previously, he did not pour it into the cave to force the star beasts to come out. Tears of Sorrow also followed the movement of the star beasts on land and continuously shrank towards the human army. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived in front of the entrance of the Cave of Death. With the help of Tears of Sorrow, he was very familiar with the terrain of the cave. "Let's do it. Guard me," Jiang Shao said, and carefully sensed the terrain again. On the north and south sides of this cave entrance, about 100 meters away, there were two other caves. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and Jiang Shao also stepped on the halo of nostalgia. The next moment, 2 Tears of Sorrow rainstorms with a diameter of 8 meters poured down. They landed in the south and north of the Cave of Death, which was 100 meters away. Jiang Shao squatted down and extended his palm towards the entrance of the Cave of Despair. He blocked the entrance and opened the door to the Shadow Ruins. Sensing Jiang Zhao's actions, the blind lady remained silent for a while before saying, "That's an interesting method." Jiang Shao snorted. "How can you mortals compare to my understanding of star techniques? No matter how much you look like an immortal, that is only on the surface. I'm the king of toxic healers, but from the inside out, the fragrance of milk has spread throughout my career." As the 8-meter diameter Tears of Sorrow poured into the other 2 holes, Jiang Shao, who had the perception of the Tears of Sorrow, was also overjoyed. The moment the creatures came into contact with the Tears of Sorrow, they instinctively avoided harm and quickly distanced themselves. As the sorrowful tears converged into a river, it continued to spread in the Cave of Desperation. The Desperation skeletons escaped in a frenzy. The tunnels extended in all directions. It was easy for humans to get lost, but for the Desperation tribe it was like their own garden. Soon, most of the desperate ones found the correct escape route. The Tears of Sorrow constantly polluted the underground cave. The desperate ones huddled together and ran towards the only cave entrance that did not flow with rain. What the vanguard of the fugitive army didn't expect was that the former exit was now a portal. The desperate skeletons at the front were a little hesitant, but the desperate ones at the back did not care. They pushed and squeezed the vanguard and rushed into the portal of Jiang Zhao's Shadow Ruins. On the other side of Jiang Zhao's portal, it opened at the same place in the Shadow Ruins. The desperate ones were a little confused. "What's going on? Didn't I just run away from home? How come I'm back home?" Unable to react in time, under the charge of the hordes of desperados, the desperados entered the same Cave of Desperados in the Calamity World, the land of Yanzhao. After a while, Jiang Shao closed the portal, and the nostalgia aura under his feet disappeared. He tilted his head in the direction of the cave entrance and said, "Let's take a look at the areas that we didn't dare to step into before?" Through Jiang Zhao's operation, the blind lady also realized what he had done before. In Great Meng Dynasty's level 5 star, Jiang Shao had proven his ability and proved his bragging before. The world was big, and he could go anywhere. However, the blind lady never thought that she would step into the desperate one's lair in this way. Jiang Shao said, "There are still many desperate skeletons inside. Some didn't escape in time, and some went crazy and killed everything in there. They are exhausted." The blind lady said, "No need. If you can do this in the Cave of Despair, then you can do the same in the Shadow Cave and the Shadow Realm. You only have one night. Hurry up. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded. On the side, Baze had already flashed into the cave to search for star beads. As for Jiang Shao, he led the crowd directly to the entrance of a shadow cave in a flash. However, the terrain was a little uncomfortable for Jiang Shao. Because of the domain tier rain, Jiang Shao knew that there was only one entrance in the shadow cave. Jiang Shao said, "Help me find the closest place to the surface where I can make an artificial entrance." This sentence was directed at the blind lady. Martha and Jiang Gong had already spread out and carefully felt under their feet. Jiang Shao continued, "Also, the shadow cave is different from the Cave of Despair. The fallen shadow demons in the shadow cave can become semi-transparent. Be careful." After saying this, Jiang Shao summoned the howling dragon. In just a few minutes, the blind lady stood 50 meters away and stomped her feet. "Here." Her voice was very soft, but it didn't stop Jiang Shao from reading her lips through the domain tier rain. "Okay, blow it up," Jiang Shao shouted. "Come back quickly after you're done." The blind lady took a few steps back and waved her left hand. A slender crystal dragon quietly appeared and wrapped around her body. The dragon's head was finally fixed on her arm. The blind lady also gathered a handful of Pearl of Despair in her right hand and threw it at the ground. After a few explosions, the tunnel close to the ground was revealed. The blind lady quickly retreated. In her perception, the drizzle in front of her had also turned into a downpour. Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and directly sealed the entrance. At the same time, he warned, "The shadow demons in the form of ghosts will definitely emerge from the ground. Be careful. The shadow demons don't have corpses, so they can't exert any power," the blind lady said. Jiang Shao agreed in his heart, but he still said stubbornly, "If their bodies become solid, a slap from their claws will be enough to make us suffer." While speaking, the blind lady whipped out a soul whip and hit a shadow demon that had emerged from the ground. Hiss! Ahaf! The fallen shadow demon howled and rushed out of the ground furiously towards the blind lady. The blind lady suddenly changed her attack method. She stretched her left arm forward and aimed the crystal dragon's head in the direction of the fallen shadow demon. Hiss! A layer of frost suddenly sprayed out of the crystal dragon's mouth. Platinum ice crystal breath spits out an icy breath from the mouth that can freeze everything. It has the effects of frostbite, deceleration, and so on. The shadow demon in the form of a ghost was blown out of its body by the ice crystal breath. It was not the physical body of the fallen shadow demon that they had imagined. Instead, it was a strange body with a thick layer of frost. The blind lady's long black hair fluttered in the wind. She waved her hand and struck with all her might. The powerful Soul Whip Star technique directly smashed the physical body of the fallen shadow demon that was covered in layers of frost and ice crystals. Soul dissipation? That can't be right. The body of the fallen shadow demon that was in the form of a ghost tried its best to piece itself back together. It held on and did not fall apart. Although the frost and ice on its body had been smashed, the deceleration effect of the ice crystal breath was still there. The blind lady raised her left arm again and the crystal dragon cannon on her arm sprayed the ice crystal breath again. The fallen shadow fiend, who was already trembling in fear, was once again restricted by the speed reduction and the freezing effect. The blind lady lashed out with her whip once again. At the side, Jiang Gong's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. With a flash, he directly left the battlefield. Then, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The black feathered arrow shot towards another fallen shadow demon that popped up from the ground. Of course, the black feathered arrow could not hurt the body of the fallen shadow demon, but it could explode under Jiang Zhao's control. The series of arrows pierced into the buttocks of the fallen shadow demon, followed by a series of explosions. Jiang Shao maintained the activation of the portal with one hand and activated nostalgia while casting Sound of Silence with the other. Martha waved her left and right hands continuously, and a series of dark red stars landed on everyone's bodies, surrounding them and increasing their speed. At the next moment, Martha held onto her combat blade and punched forward. Buzz, a huge ghost ship, forcibly ran over two fallen shadow fiends that had just popped their heads out of the ground unknowingly. A few illusory small imprisoned dragons emerged from the ground and quietly chased after the group of fallen shadow demons that were surrounding Jiang Shao. Let's go. Hurry up. During the battle, Jiang Shao acutely discovered that there were two figures darting out of the cave that was 100 meters behind him. The black figures flickered continuously and shuttled towards them frantically. Jiang Shao frowned slightly. He knew that it was the entrance of the Shadow Domain cave, which was different from the Shadow Cave beneath his feet. There were different creatures living in the Shadow Domain, but Jiang Shao did not expect them to take the initiative to attack. Jiang Zhao's Tear Domain could not detect the shadows that were spreading out, but when the fallen Shadow Hunter activated its star technique, Shadow Pursuit, and shuttled through the shadows, Jiang Shao could sense their physical bodies for a short while. Are you tired of being left out? Are you tired of being left out? Do you want to be captured quickly and enter my calamity menagerie? Without hesitation, Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast Sound of Silence. Whoa, so fast. It's just like teleportation. I didn't manage to get to my physical body? Jiang Shao continuously cast Sound of Silence, but the two figures shuttled quickly through the dozens of shadows that were running at high speed. They did not have a path of movement. In theory, every shadow that existed was their foothold. The confinement of Sound of Silence had no effect on star technique. As a star technique that had already been summoned and did not require the continuous supply of star power from the user, it would not be restrained or slowed down at all. During the battle, the blind lady turned her head abruptly, and a dazzling ray of light suddenly burst out from her eyes that were covered with strips of cloth. Platinum, double bright light. Smash invisibility, shatter shadows, and break illusions. It was a star technique from Damring Dynasty that was a star technique that specialized in subduing the shadow domain of Tianjin and Yanzhao. Bang, 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 bang. As far as the blind lady's eyes could see, the black shadows that were spreading everywhere and rushing towards them exploded one after another. In fact, under the blind lady's gaze, the shadows that were like flowers that were blooming and spreading rapidly shattered as soon as they appeared from one of the black shadows. Jiang Shao was amused. Without shadows, the fallen shadow hunters couldn't shuttle at all. Not only could they not shuttle, but they even stopped, seemingly having doubts about life. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast 2 shots of Sound of Silence, freezing the fallen shadow hunters in place. Good heavens! Did this group of shadow hunters look real? Handsome. Each of them was 3 meters tall and walked upright in a humanoid shape, like a mecha from the future world. Their streamlined bodies, long black arms, long legs, and heads that looked like mecha helmets almost made Jiang Shao think that he had encountered the EVA Robot 01 in the movie. Why was this fallen shadow hunter so similar to the Black Flame Demon from Black Rock Mountain? Did he have any relatives? It was just that there was no black flame in front of his chest. What's wrong with the prototype? What's there to be proud about? Being stared at by a blind man to the point of not knowing what to do. You guys are really making the fallen shadow tribe proud. Ao dragon, tie him up. Roar roar. Following Ao long summon, 2 small cage dragons emerged from the ground and coiled around the slender body of the fallen shadow hunter. To his surprise, ever since Jiang Zhao's domain of silence dissipated, the beautiful fallen shadow hunter actually relied on its physical fitness to move backward with its long legs. The howl dragon wasn't happy. It quickly flew over and swung its tail at the 2 fallen shadow hunters, who were trying their best to escape, to the direction of the battlefield. Although she was only a magic awakened, The explosive physical fitness of the Starry Sky stage was not to be trifled with. She leaped high into the air and landed in the path of the two fallen shadow hunters. In the sky, seeing the two fallen shadow hunters flying towards her with the small caged dragons tied to them, the blind lady stretched out her hands. The little crystal dragon thought that its master wanted it to use ice crystal breath, so it immediately spat out a mouthful of frost mist. As for the blind lady, she held an air cannon in each hand and blasted it heavily on the two fallen shadow hunters, sending them flying towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was confused. He maintained the opening of the space gate and subconsciously moved his feet to avoid the attack. The two fallen shadow hunters with the small caged dragons rushed into the gate of the Calamity World. Looking at the blind lady descending from the sky, Jiang Shao felt rather helpless. They entered the wrong hole. Do you know? That, a creature from the shadow domain, why did you throw it into my shadow cave? Chapter 1138. That night, Jiang Shao made a lot of money. Under the efficient execution of the Star Advent team, the creatures from the shadow cave, shadow domain, and cave of death were all thrown into the corresponding caves in the Calamity Shadow World. In the wee hours of the next day, the army continued to head south and entered Tianjin and the capital in the morning. At this critical juncture, the army chose to split up. The mountain-shattering army entered Tianjin, while the wasteland reclaimers and guardians of the night entered the capital. Jiang Shao was not very satisfied with such a split-up operation, but it was obvious that the various military forces had come prepared. In particular, after Jiang Shao accompanied the mountain-shattering army into Tianjin, the soldiers of the mountain-shattering army activated their star technique, double bright light, and the creatures of the shadow domain could not unleash their full potential at all. Just like Blind Lady last night, the soldiers glared at the creatures of the shadow domain until they could not summon any shadows. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded by the scene. What was more interesting was that when the habits of a creature were disrupted and sealed, the creatures of the shadow domain would even seem a little silly. They did not know what to do and stood rooted to the ground, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Getting distracted on the battlefield? Just 1 or 2 seconds were enough to kill someone. The thousands of bulldozers around Jiang Shao did not come for nothing. At this point, Jiang Shao repeated the same trick and used the tears of sorrow to create a shrinking circle effect to clean up the creatures wandering on the surface. As for those hiding in the underground caves, Jiang Shao planned to go to Tianjin again at night. The mission with the mountain-shattering army was relatively smooth. However, there was bad news from the wasteland reclaimers and guardians of the night in the capital. Jiang Shao hurriedly brought his men to support them. When he arrived, the army had stopped advancing for a long time. In the army, Feng Yi and Zhang Hao were communicating with Baze, who was wearing a circle mask. "They're here," Baze said. Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Feng Yi's expression was solemn as he said, "Lei Yu's faction is restrained in the imperial capital. Our marching speed is too slow." Jiang Shao nodded with a solemn expression. Through Baze, Jiang Shao already knew what problems the army had encountered. The imperial city in the alien sphere was a paradise for fire-type astral beasts. Fire Source Mountain Range, Inferno Judge, Black Rock Mountain. Especially in the Black Rock Mountain, there was a creature called the Black Flame Demon that was basically the bane of Teardrop's kind. The famous pain of Black Rock Mountain was of course due to the Black Flame Devil. The reason why the soldiers could move forward unscrupulously was because of the domain tier of the scouts. It could sense everything and quickly collect information in a large area, ensuring that the army was moving forward. However, once the field tears landed on the Black Flame Demon, they would be disrupted by the star technique, Black Flame Fear. Black Flame Fear, when attacked, share the pain and torment of the Black Flame with the attacker. It was a passive star technique that did not have to be activated. Sometimes you couldn't complete a mission just because you had a strong will. This kind of pain that exceeded the limits of human endurance was really hard to bear. The black flame on Earth could make people collapse, let alone this alien sphere. "Excuse me." Martha, who was also wearing a mask and the uniform of the Guardians of the Night, squeezed through the crowd with a group of soldiers and carried a few pale and sullen soldiers over. Jiang Shao walked to the middle of the soldiers and stretched out his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Jiang Shao opened his palm and a small beam of blessing light lit up. Next, a thin cloud of blessing quietly appeared and spread 1 meter above everyone's head. The light of blessing fell and nourished the bodies and minds of the soldiers. They were all people who had been shared the pain by the black flame demon when they used the field tear to explore the path. The soldiers shut their eyes and mouths tightly, unwilling to embarrass themselves in front of their comrades. However, the pain had reached the limit of what they could bear, and they couldn't keep a straight face. As the light of blessing fell, the situation became much better. The soldiers' twisted faces gradually relaxed, and they opened their eyes one after another, staring at the thin cloud floating above their heads in a daze. Such a magical scene naturally attracted the attention of the entire army. However, they were all soldiers after all, and everyone was well trained. Hence, the scene did not become chaotic, and was instead rather quiet. Xia Shanhai, Wu Huaxing, and the others also stood quietly in the crowd while sizing up Jiang Zhao's star technique. When he saw the form of blessing, Wu Huaxing raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed to be interested. While comforting the soldiers, Jiang Shao said to Feng Yi, "I'm afraid the capital is not suitable for my field tier. Unlike the fugitives in Yanzhou, the demonic flame master's meteorite fire and earth's sorrow don't need to break through our layers of defense at all. They can directly use meteorites to smash our heads and cause the ground beneath our feet to crack." The commander-in-chief of the Wasteland Reclamation, Zhang Hao, nodded. They had already discussed the possible scenarios the previous night. Not to mention a group of giant demon flame masters. Even if there was only one giant demon flame master, as long as it activated the Heavenfall meteorite, the entire army would explode. The demonic flame master in the alien sphere was definitely above Diamond and might even be a star. How strong would its earthrending sorrow and falling meteorite fire be? Moreover, it seemed that the soldiers could not withstand the pain of Black Rock Mountain in the alien sphere. Zhang Hao said, "When these soldiers recover, we'll ask them about the location of the Infernal Inquisitor that they found just now. Then, we'll bring the ordnance and attack from afar. Cover the Infernal Inquisitor and the Black Rock Mountain area with firepower." "Sir, I have an idea," Jiang Shao suddenly said. Feng Yi turned to look at Jiang Shao. After entering the alien sphere, every time Jiang Shao said, "I have an idea," it would definitely not be a small idea, and it would definitely not end in a small situation. Jiang Shao said, "The capital is not big. If I activate the range of blessing to the maximum, it can cover half of the city at once. Since we can't use tears of sorrow to drive the star beasts over, I'll use blessing to make them faint." Feng Yi frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao looked around and retreated a few meters. He nodded at the soldiers who were still relaxing in the light rain and said apologetically, "Brothers, I'm sorry." A few soldiers sat on the ground and looked up at Jiang Shao curiously, but they suddenly found that the light rain above their heads was not right. The light rain turned into a drizzle, then into a downpour, and finally into a rainstorm. It was almost like a raging waterfall. "This rain is poisonous." Everyone, including Jiang Shao, retreated. Jiang Shao also hurriedly retracted the blessing rain. "This time you're finally cured, right?" The soldiers who were lying in the light rain felt blissfully dizzy. They were like a puddle of mud. They were cured, but it was too King painful. Jiang Shao was wrapped in a thin layer of tears of sorrow. His body floated 10 centimeters off the ground to avoid the holy light water staining his body. He looked at the astonished Feng Yi and said, "Sir, the imperial capital isn't that big, and the creatures of the Flame Inquisitor are too powerful. In order to preserve the species, why don't I bless them and make them faint?" The sounds of people gasping could be heard from the surroundings. Jiang Shao bit the bullet and chuckled dryly. That was indeed a vicious method. Feng Yi and Zhang Hao communicated for a while before asking, "What do we need to pay attention to?" He then gestured to the soldiers beside him to carry away the soldiers who were lying on the ground. Jiang Shao said, "The total amount of star power consumed is very large. Even if I have star pets in my body, I can't maintain the blessing waterfall for a long time. I need the cooperation of the soldiers. When I activate the blessing waterfall of this level, it's difficult for me to have the energy to control other star technique. Otherwise, I can use the combination of star technique Rain of Tears and Nostalgia to help me recover my star power. Besides, strictly speaking, the blessing star technique is not an offensive method. Hence, my halo of nostalgia can't bring me any star power." Feng Yi's train of thought was obviously different from Jiang Zhao's. He said, "If it's not an offensive method, it means that you won't have to endure the pain of the Black Rock Mountain. You can complete this task in a stable state." "Yes, yes." Jiang Shao nodded. Feng Yi and Zhang Hao looked at each other and nodded in agreement. "We'll gather all the medical support in the army and use all the star techniques to restore star power for you." Jiang Shao said, "Okay. Besides, sirs, I have to make it clear in advance that the Black Flame Ghosts and Black Flame Demons in the Black Rock Mountain have a certain probability of committing suicide if they encounter a blessing of my level." Zhang Hao asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm a student of the Capital Star Warriors University. You all know that our school has a tradition of taking the freshmen down a notch by entering the Black Rock Mountain for fake military training. Back then, I used a blessing of a lower quality to kill the Black Flame Demons. They can't stand the feeling of happiness. They're already used to pain. When they feel this comfortable and wonderful feeling, they will desperately try to regain the painful state that they should be in and get back to the way they're used to living. So, they will harm themselves. The greater the effect of my blessing, the more ferocious they will be. In the end," Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "It's up to fate. Either I make them faint first, or they burn themselves to ashes or crush their skulls." Zhang Hao was speechless. Feng Yi reacted for a while and suddenly waved his hand. "Don't worry about that, we're here for the capital of the Qing dynasty. It's best if all the star beasts faint. When the time comes, leave a small number of star beasts in a specific area to maintain the opening of the Earth's dimensional space. Our army will obtain some star beads from the star beasts to strengthen ourselves. We'll throw some star beasts into your Calamity Shadow Planet to preserve the biological race." Jiang Shao was overjoyed and said, "I promise to complete the mission." 3 minutes later, hundreds of medical support who were on night duty and wasteland reclaimers surrounded Jiang Shao. There were all kinds of scepters, halos, fog, stars, vines, light spots, in short, all kinds of star techniques that could restore star power were attached to Jiang Zhao's feet. Jiang Shao, who was protected by the army in the middle, opened his hand and a beam of blessing shot into the sky. The beam of light tore through the dark clouds, and the white light penetrated into the churning sea of clouds. It quickly dyed the entire hazy sky into a pure and holy color. Thousands of soldiers raised their heads and looked at the holy scene with fear in their hearts. Of course, at this moment, what they were really thinking was, "Jiang Shao must be controlled well. Don't let the rain of light fall on our team. Otherwise, more than 6,000 soldiers would be thrown onto this piece of land. As for whether or not they would be able to sleep, that would really depend on their fate." Jiang Zhao's next actions made everyone heave a sigh of relief. There was an old saying in China, "Do you know which cloud will rain?" Hee, what a coincidence! Jiang Shao, no. Under Jiang Zhao's control, the pure white clouds surged into the distance and spread rapidly. Specks of light rained down. In less than 10 seconds, the rain of light had turned into a downpour. In the end, there was already a waterfall of blessing 100 meters in front of them, completely blocking their vision. In a place that they couldn't see, the holy clouds were still spreading rapidly and covering the entire capital. When hundreds of rules-awakened star warriors used flash strike together, they could also create the effect of blocking one's line of sight. At this moment, the little toxic healer had created a natural disaster. Awesome! Awesome! I, the king of toxic healers, am going to purify the entire capital today. Who agrees? Who objects? Why is my star power dropping so quickly? Jiang Shao frantically yelled, "Quick, star power, star power!" Around Jiang Shao, groups of medics rotated in an orderly manner to support the king of toxic healers in purifying everything. It seemed like they were determined to feed the little toxic healer until he was full. Well, with such a level of star technique, it should be very difficult to feed Jiang Shao until he was full. However, the star beasts in the capital should be full in the area of the Fire Source mountain range. A flame fire Master Chi was followed by a group of flaming little mantis who were jumping around. He looked curiously at the rapidly expanding area in the sky and the incoming rain of blessings. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the Flame Inquisition area, the Troll Flame King, who was surrounded by a flaming storm and spewing magma, was fighting with a pair of Troll Flame Magicians and a Troll Flame Bell couple. The three of them were shrouded by the spreading rain of light and disappeared instantly. In the Black Rock Mountain area, a group of flame magicians who were rolling in the mud had completely turned into a pile of mud and were lying there motionlessly. A black flame demon crawled in the rain of light and finally knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky and crying in bliss. Its body was filled with pitch-black flames, and the effects of its star technique were terrifying. However, it struggled helplessly and tried its best to resist the effects of the blessing. In the end, it gave up on the tearing of its body and soul back and forth and smashed its head with its huge palms. Jiang Shao, who had given the star beasts a spa in the city and made all living beings feel comfortable and happy, was not feeling very happy at this moment. Jiang Shao realized that the blessing of the candlelight moon that he had activated with all his might had a vague feeling of turning stars into weapons. The amount of star power consumed was extremely large, which was understandable, but what did the sudden drop in energy mean? Why, I'm getting more and more tired. My head is getting more and more muddled. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Jiang Shao covered his head with one hand. He had plenty of candle moon quality star techniques, but the blessing of the candle moon was the only one that was so special. Had it already reached the level of star transformation? Jiang LV. Looking at Jiang Zhao's contorted and pained expression, Feng Yi couldn't help but frown. The blessed waterfall had already exceeded his imagination, and he had no idea what Jiang Shao was going through at this moment. Jiang Shao covered his head with one hand while stubbornly supporting the waterfall of the blessing of the candle moon with the other. His body trembled slightly and he squeezed out a sentence. I have great love in my heart and I'm massaging the people. Why did I suffer such retribution? On Weibo, if you see Anmu, who made clay figurines for Xiaopi, Little Jiangxue, and Xiaoyan, I hope you can reply to my private message on Weibo. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. T without your permission, I can't post your works. Hurry and reply to my private message. Chapter 1139. Picking up corpses was a joyous thing. Picking up living corpses was even more joyous. Jiang Shao became a top-notch masseuse and gave the entire city an extremely comfortable spa. At this time, he was searching for creatures that had fainted from being healed and throwing them into his Calamity Shadow planet. This is good, this is good. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously. Previously, he had fully activated the candlelight blessing, so he was not in a good state at the moment. His head was muddled and he was seeing double. But Jiang Shao could hold on. With Jiang Zhao's top-notch service, he was lucky enough to get close to a giant demon flame master. It was the one that could tear the earth, cause volcanic eruptions, and summon falling flames. Jiang Shao half knelt on the ground and carefully looked at the huge humanoid creature, but he felt a little creeped out. Its skin was too scary. His skin was as dry as the earth, and there were cracks all over it. Moreover, there was a faint trace of magma flowing within his skin. Although Jiang Shao was unwilling to admit it, its skin was really cool. Jiang Shao opened the door to the Calamity Shadow World, and a green glow appeared on his finger. With a gentle poke, the giant demon flame master's corpse was pushed into the Calamity Shadow World. On the side, there were soldiers continuously transporting corpses. This is good, I'll keep it for little Jiangxue and upgrade her falling flames in the future. This is good too, I'll keep it for Big Cat and upgrade her lava set in the future. Jiang Shao muttered as he closed and adjusted the position of the door to the Calamity Shadow World. He opened the door again, and threw all the corpses that the soldiers picked up into the Calamity Shadow World. Soon, Jiang Zhao's side was filled with small fire mud and large fire mud. The other creatures had to be divided into areas and thrown in a few at a time, but this cute small fire mud and large fire mud didn't need to be. No matter how many there were, he just needed to find a swamp and throw them all in. You're very tired. Beside Jiang Shao, the blind lady, who was silently guarding him, suddenly said as she stood on the dry land of the Flame Judge. I can hold on, Jiang Shao said casually. Although his head was muddled, he was in a good mood. This pile of mud was a brass-quality creature on Earth, but on the alien sphere, it was a gold-quality creature. What was even more surprising was that the small fire clay on Earth was the size of a yoga ball, so much so that one person would not be able to carry it. However, the small fire clay that had been upgraded to gold quality was much smaller, only the size of a basketball. Jiang Shao reached out to touch the motionless ball of mud beside him, but he hurriedly retracted his hand because of the heat. He immediately felt much more energetic. Right, speaking of spirit, the energy consumption could not be alleviated by any star technique and could only be replenished through normal sleep. However, there was a way for Jiang Shao to last longer. At the very least, he could go to sleep after collecting all the star beasts. Jiang Shao immediately summoned Little Candle. Oh! The little candle's eyes flickered, as if it did not like the scorching environment around it. In fact, it was even jumping up and down because of the heat. It hurriedly leaped into Jiang Zhao's arms and whimpered like a cat or a dog. However, Jiang Shao simply put Little Candle on his head and pressed it down forcefully. Little Candle, use the chilly star technique. Damn it! Jiang Zhao's head buzzed and he felt a chill. He was completely energized. Not only did he feel energized, but his brain was also a little overwhelmed by the chill forcing his exhausted body. Jiang Shao tried his best to cooperate with the soldiers to pick up the corpses. Jiang Shao, who had been drinking poison to quench his thirst, finally couldn't hold on after the army quickly trampled all over the capital. Bays quickly flashed over and opened the hailing shelter. Jiang Shao dove into it and his body went limp and his vision turned dark. No matter how cold Little Candle was, it could still make his head clear and his eyes clear. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's body had far exceeded its limit. His posture was exactly the same as the after effects of overusing the star martial technique. Although it was a little sad, Jiang Shao, who was exhausted, had a rather peaceful sleep. Ever since he entered the alien sphere, he had never slept so soundly. When he woke up again, it was already dusk the next day. He slept for 2 days and 1 night. In the hailing shelter. Jiang Shao opened his eyes in a daze, only to feel that his face was cold. He tilted his head and looked to the left, only to see Little Candle sleeping soundly with its soft and supple body pressed against Jiang Zhao's face. Even if Little Candle did not use any star techniques, its body was cold enough. Jiang Zhao sat up and tried to open his mouth, but the left side of his face seemed to be numb. Jiang Zhao panicked and cast a blessing on himself. "Okay, you're awake." A calm voice sounded from afar. Jiang Zhao took a long time to recover before looking up, only to see that blind lady was standing by the beach, dressed in a fluttering white robe and facing the endless sea outside the air wall. When Baze opened the space door to let Jiang Zhao in to rest, blind lady followed him in. Her identity was rather special. Without Jiang Zhao, she wouldn't be qualified to follow the army. Even if the bait Jiang Gong was still outside, blind lady knew her place and followed Jiang Zhao in. Although she was nominally taking care of Jiang Zhao, everyone knew that she couldn't stay in the army. All along, she had never been following the Huaxia army, but Jiang Zhao. There were many things that were tacit. Of course, Feng Yi and the others knew blind lady's identity. As soon as He Yun returned to Earth as a soldier, he reported all the information. After the investigation, blind lady's identity as three-tailed had nowhere to hide. However, the army had been at war for several days, but no one, including Feng Yi, seemed to have discovered blind lady's existence. They were completely ignored. Special times, special environment, and special treatment. Is there really such a thing as making up for one's mistakes in this world? Blind lady's actions after entering the alien sphere, as well as her identity as a member of Jiang Xiaoxing's temporary team, made her feel conflicted in the army. No one knew what would be waiting for her in the end. However, one thing was certain. At this special stage, there wouldn't be a final verdict. If there was a day when the final judgment would come, it would definitely be one day after the alien sphere and Earth merged. Sigh. Jiang Zhao sighed silently. He hugged Little Candle, who was beside him, and crushed it into a pile of star power before absorbing it into the star map. He said, "Let's go out. The army is currently in the land of Yan and Zhao. Their progress towards the south is extremely slow, so they need my help. However, they are currently resting and will set off tomorrow morning. We'll first go to the Tianjin area and throw all the creatures in the cave into the Calamity Shadow World. This candle moon blessing is really troublesome. I guess I'll have to be scolded." Blind lady didn't comment. She just stood by the sea and silently turned around. Jiang Zhao said, "When we accompany the army south and push to the ancient Yi Pagoda city in the Central Plains, I'll apply for the Star Advent team to act alone and go to the most dangerous areas." Blind lady said calmly, "Do what you should do. You don't have to consider my feelings." Jiang Zhao smiled and said, "That's what I should do. You've also seen the personnel allocation of their army. As long as the star beasts don't have any special star techniques and aren't of a particularly high level, it's still possible to achieve a clean sweep with the help of a variety of star technique. I'll help them clear out the most dangerous areas that can't be flattened. That way we'll be able to complete our mission better." Blind lady said, "Xiaopi?" Jiang Zhao asked, "Huh?" Blind lady said, "Many people call you that. Is that your real name, Zhang Xiaopi?" Jiang Zhao shook his head gently and said, "No, that's just a nickname. My real name is Jiang Zhao. When I saw you, I told you my real name. Jiang as in the Yangtze River, Shao as in the daybreak." Hearing this, blind lady remained silent for a while before nodding and saying, "Jiang Zhao." Jiang Zhao asked, "Why?" Blind lady said, "If I leave the Star Advent one day, it will definitely not be because of you." Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can leave me, but I don't want you to leave the Star Advent team." When they first met, blind lady agreed with Jiang Zhao's nickname of three-tailed. At that time, she thought that the alien ball was independent of Earth. But now, when the relationship between the otherworld and Earth changed, when the Huaxia army really appeared in front of her, and when the other world and Earth might even merge in the future, her mentality seemed to have changed a little. Jiang Shao said, "You can leave at any time. I'm the captain. If you no longer accept the nickname of Three-Tailed, your nickname in the Star Advent team will be Blind Lady. That's what I've always called you in my heart." Blind Lady suddenly said, "I'm not blind." Jiang Shao nodded and said with a smile, "Of course I know." The blind lady suddenly grabbed the strip of cloth in front of her eyes and pulled it off. Jiang Shao was stunned, but he saw that blind lady had suddenly opened her eyes. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground with her pitch-black, ink-like eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, the pitch-black ink seemed to fill her eyes uncontrollably, as if it would flow down at any time and stain her fair face. However, to Jiang Zhao's disappointment, the strange goddess in front of him wasn't stained by the ink. The ink in her eyes gradually faded and fused into her eyeballs, but it didn't flow down. Jiang Shao looked at the blind lady who was standing by the sea in the distance with her back against the wall of air. He suddenly felt that she was very unfamiliar, and the distance between them seemed to be getting further and further. If she hadn't taken off the cloth, everything would still be the same. But now that she had taken off the cloth, she seemed to have made a decision in her heart, or at least made a change. Blind Lady said, "My star transformation martial art made me unable to open my eyes for a long time. Once I open my eyes, I can't stop the ink from flowing. Every drop of ink comes from my star map and is mixed with a large amount of star power." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Then, can you control it now? Are there no ink flowing in your eyes?" "Yes." Blind Lady said calmly, "Last night, when you were asleep, I advanced to the star power realm." Jiang Zhao's breathing paused slightly. An ink flower appeared in each of the blind lady's pitch-black eyes. Logically speaking, the ink flower and the pitch-black eyeballs should have the same color. Jiang Shao couldn't see the shape of the flower. However, the pitch-black ink flower was outlined by the subtle blue star power. Jiang Shao had seen her fully activate the star transformation martial art. At this moment, the small ink flower in her eyes had the same outline as the huge ink flower that was tens of meters tall. Star! Above the starry sky? Jiang Shao widened his eyes in disbelief, and stared at Blind Lady in the distance. Blind Lady nodded. "After advancing to the next realm, my control over the ink flower has become more precise and I've gained some more abilities." While speaking, Blind Lady looked at Jiang Shao silently with a pair of beautiful ink flower patterns in her eyes. On the ground around Jiang Shao, 8 pitch-black ink flowers quietly bloomed. Just as Jiang Shao was carefully observing the small flowers that surrounded him, a layer of pitch-black oil stains suddenly spread on his chest. At his heart, an ink flower quickly bloomed. Jiang Shao felt that his body was out of control as he slowly stood up under Blind Lady's control. Jiang Shao tried his best to move his body, but he couldn't do anything. Jiang Shao tried to use the spacetime rift, but he was shocked to find that the star power in his body had been cut off from his body. What does this mean? Silence? This Blind Lady was indeed taking the path of control, but the effect of the second star transformation martial art was too shocking. In the past, Blind Lady could also seal the other party's star power and body and control the other party's body. However, at the very least, the flowers that bloomed on the ground required the target to touch the flowers and step into the trap that she had set in order to be effective. But now she only needed to take a look from afar. Swoosh! The ink flower on Jiang Zhao's chest quietly shattered and turned into a small pool of oil stains that stained Jiang Zhao's clothes. Jiang Shao stretched his body before looking at the Blind Lady who was standing by the beach. He had also obtained a particularly shocking piece of information. The benefits obtained from the advancement of the star power realm were cyclical. The nebula ascension to the galaxy was a leap in physical fitness. The galaxy ascension to the Sea of Stars was the ability to transform the star into martial art. The Sea of Stars was the second leap in physical fitness. The Starry Sky, on the other hand, was a further development and application of the star transformation martial art. So, what should the Starry Sky be called? Don't ask Xia Yan this question, ask the big Starry Sky. Now, the problem was, if he could turn the star transformation martial art for the second time, would his 9-star atlas be able to go back in time? In that case, would the impossible become possible? Chapter 1140. The two of them stared at each other in silence, neither of them saying a word. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao broke the silence and said with a smirk, "Woman, you followed me when you weren't strong enough. Now that you've made it big, you're going to kick me aside and go solo?" Hearing this, the blind lady smiled and lowered her head. She covered her eyes with the white cloth in her hand again, and said in a self-deprecating manner, "I've always been a cold-blooded person, haven't I? I once abandoned everyone." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I think I'm an exception." The blind lady said, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "When I informed you of First Tail's death, I thought that your feelings were real. If you want to seek revenge from the Star Organization, I'm your only helper. A few nights ago, I've already explained to you in detail how powerful the members of the Star Organization are. They're so powerful that I don't want to touch them for the time being. Although you've improved your realm and can turn into star martial arts for the second time, those extremely powerful and vicious people have probably already reached your current realm. You're not invincible. On the contrary, you might just be able to catch the attention of the Star Organization. So, you need my help." The blind lady said calmly, "Maybe, maybe not." Jiang Shao frowned and felt that something was amiss. "Have you made up your mind? Are you really leaving?" The blind lady sighed in her heart and finally strode towards Jiang Shao. In his heart, a faint trace of guilt rose. "It's not that I'm leaving, but I can't stay here anymore." Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, she walked towards him and pressed her hand on his shoulder. She said softly, "From the moment you recognized me, you already knew what kind of person I am, didn't you?" The words that she had spoken were completely different from what she truly felt in her heart. What an awkward person. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and muttered softly, "You accompanied me to the Shadow Cave last night, yet you're leaving today. You absorbed my star bead and took my crystal dragon. You're leaving just like that." The blind lady pursed her lips. Ever since Jiang Shao met up with the army and the moment they stood in front of him and saluted him, she knew that it was time for her to leave. However, she had advanced to the realm of astral power, which gave her more capital. "Blind lady, you can also try to trap me. After all, this is your ridge shelter." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "There's no need. Why would I imprison you? If you really want to leave, I won't stop you. When are you leaving? Now?" The blind lady pondered for a moment and said, "I'll accompany you to search the Tianjin area tonight before leaving. I know that you still have to accompany the army south to wipe out Yen and Zhao and settle in the Central Plains. TSK, in the end, you still have feelings for me and this team. What are you pretending for?" Jiang Shao complained in his heart and asked, "Where are we going? Go to Europe to find Hua Xing?" The blind lady thought for a moment and said, "Neon Island." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Why do we have to go to Neon Island?" He initially thought that she hadn't thought about her next step and that her only goal was to leave the army and leave this place that didn't belong to her. However, he didn't expect her to already have a destination. The blind lady answered, "To absorb the cherry blossom domain star technique." Jiang Shao asked in displeasure, "Isn't Lei Yu's star technique better?" The blind lady explained, "When you achieve the star martial arts for the second time, you'll be able to know your own position better. My star map should be able to be combined with flower-related star techniques to exert greater effect. I only vaguely felt it when I advanced last night, but it's just a theory at the moment. It's just a feeling and I still have to verify it. Jiang Zhao's heart palpitated slightly and he thought, so that's the case. In that case, Jiang Zhao has even more reason to stay by her side. The blind lady was the first star warrior that Jiang Zhao knew who was above the starry sky stage. In the future, any understanding and discoveries she made about the Star Force realm would be new knowledge to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao was certain that he would definitely benefit from it in the future. Jiang Zhao said cautiously, "Can you bring me along? Do me a favor, Miss Blind Lady. Your thighs are so fair and long. It's not easy for me to hug them. Can't you pull up your pants? No, can't you just pull your legs and leave?" The blind lady, who was initially feeling complicated, blushed after hearing his words. She couldn't help but spit and say, "Go." Jiang Zhao scratched his head and chuckled. As long as you understand what I mean, it'll be fine." The blind lady asked, "You're not going to follow the army to carry out missions?" Jiang Zhao said, "Of course I'm going to carry out missions. I've already said that after we pass Yan and Zhao, our team will act alone. You won't feel uncomfortable at all." The blind lady frowned slightly and thought, indeed, he has accurately grasped my thoughts. He's really a sensitive person. The blind lady no longer hid the fact, and simply shook her head stubbornly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Zhao changed the topic and said, "How about this? I'll be in the Mecca and won't drag you down. Baze, Martha, and Chui Kelly are all extremely powerful masters. If you want to seek revenge or go to every corner of Huaxia, even if you want to go to every corner of the world, my Mecca can keep up with your footsteps." Jiang Zhao didn't say anything else but added in his heart, "If you really want to seek revenge on Huaxing, how can I be left out?" He just hoped that this lady's footsteps would be slower. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao might really not be able to keep up with her pace. Upon hearing this, the blind lady's lips curled up slightly and she said, "Have you studied Chui Kelly thoroughly?" Jiang Zhao was overjoyed. "This girl has finally relented," he said, more or less. "Besides, with you by my side, the plan can be changed. Judging from your attitude, I'm afraid you don't care about the Immortal Flower Organization anymore." If an accident really happened, Jiang Zhao's global flash would be able to reach the Mecca's field of vision in seconds. The blind lady said, "Since I can improve to such a level, then others can too. Don't have blind confidence in me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao was amused and said, "Oh, not bad, you haven't gotten carried away yet." However, the blind lady didn't reply and said, "Let Chui Kelly go with me." Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, "Yes, we're going out to explore after all. Bring a few more mechas with you. This trip will definitely be fruitful. If you get any star beads that you don't need, throw them all to me. I'll keep them for you." The blind lady slowly put down her palm that was pressing on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and stood in front of him silently. Jiang Zhao could even feel that her eyes, which were covered by the cloth, were open at this moment. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cloth and shroud his face. "Jiang Zhao, you're too tolerant of me," the blind lady said in a soft and trembling voice. Jiang Zhao took a step back and smacked his lips in discomfort. "What can I do if I'm not tolerant of you? You're so strong, who knows what kind of demonic flowers you'll grow. It's good to go out with you. I can also broaden my horizons." The blind lady said, "I might not come back again. What I mean is, I might not return to this land again." Jiang Zhao said, "There are flower-type star techniques in Kainan land too. You can go and take a look. No matter where you go, it's your choice. Remember, just throw the star beads you get along the way to my Mecca." The blind lady ignored Jiang Zhao's joke and simply took a step back. "Let's go to Tianjin." Jiang Zhao said, "Okay. Before you go, I'll let you see what the highest quality of silence looks like." As he spoke, a space door had already been opened. Clearly, Bays had opened the door for them. That night, the two of them searched the entire Tianjin area. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's blessing rain could not really flow like the rain of tears. The blessing waterfall would produce holy light that looked like water stains, but the area it spread was relatively small. After all, the light spots were not real raindrops. Otherwise, Jiang Zhao could really use the blessing waterfall to flood the cave entrance and make all the creatures in the cave faint. That night, Jiang Zhao repeated the same trick and searched the caves again and again. With the help of countercurrent light, he also promoted the quality of the fallen shadow witches. The fallen shadow witches in the alien ball were all of platinum quality, but Jiang Zhao did not find any diamond quality fallen shadow witches. Overnight, Jiang Zhao finally upgraded his star techniques enmity, countercurrent light, and sound of silence to the candlelight quality. On the star slot, the bright luster of the stars also appeared in the shape of the moon. The crimson flames revolved around the moon in a beautiful manner. At this point enmity, countercurrent light, sound of silence, spacetime rift, calamity ruin, earthly light, star concealment, and deputy minister had all graduated. The phrase, "May you find happiness in the mortal world," was finally put together. Only realm tears, cleansing tears, and sorrowful tears were left. Jiang Zhao knew that it wouldn't be long before he graduated with 9 star maps and all his star technique. The star techniques of the Reign of Tears series were really hurtful. The Forest of Tears was a typical area that required Jiang Zhao to lead his team to clear before the Chinese army. After Dajiang, Jiang Zhao would head straight to the Land of 8 Provinces to meet the terrifying creatures. It was a pity that the blind woman, who had promised to accompany him in Huaxia, was about to leave him. She shifted her gaze to the world map. She shouldn't have been the kind of person who would give up easily, but there were many people who lived with contradictions, and she was just one of them. Jiang Zhao initially thought that after she broke into the alien ball resolutely, she would no longer care about anything else and would only live for herself. However, it turned out that Jiang Zhao was wrong. Perhaps, even the blind girl had mistaken him for himself. It turned out that she still cared about him. When the other world was no longer a land where lost people struggled to survive, when the Chinese army truly appeared in front of her, when she stepped into the land of Otherworld, blind girl chose to leave quietly. The cold treatment of the Guardians of the Night clearly told the blind girl that there was no room for her there. However, the blind girl couldn't tolerate herself. Jiang Zhao found it hard to guess what kind of mentality she harbored, but no matter what, every human being was a product of complex emotions. There were many ways to live. Escape was also one of them. She left with a few mechas in the wee hours of the morning. When she left, she put on Chui Kelly's traitor, the sea-devouring soul, and she specially asked Jiang Zhao for a circle mask. It was exactly the same as the masks worn by Bays and Chui Kelly. At dawn, the sun that had just peeked out from the side of the mountain painted everyone's figures in a golden-red luster. The blind girl put on a cloak and a circle mask and said, "I've let everyone down, and now I've let you down too." After pausing for a while, the muffled voice sounded from behind the stone mask again. "I hope it won't happen again." As she said that, she slowly flew backward. Finally, she turned around and quickly left with the 2 mechas. The blind girl and Bays relied on flying, while Chui Kelly walked in the air. It was not the high-speed movement Cherry Blossom Instant or the domain type Sakura Sky. It was purely walking in the air. In the sky, the white flames that Chui Kelly left behind when she passed by also showed that it was the platinum-quality star technique from Neon Island, source of 3 ghosts, canine deity, spirit hound fire feet. Jiang Zhao placed his hands on his hips and looked at the figures of Bays, Chui Kelly, and the blind girl gradually getting further and further away. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's internal star map could not allow him to activate any star techniques for daily life. If he had proficiency in painting, or something like that, he would be able to draw the beautiful scene and keep it as a souvenir. That would be perfect. Jiang Shao didn't feel like leaving, but he didn't quite understand what the blind girl's last words meant. However, since she had chosen to wear the circle mask, it should mean that she had chosen to stay in the Star Advent organization. She's not a cold person by nature. Maybe she's just someone who doesn't know how to deal with herself. Jiang Shao sighed silently and thought to himself, I'll remember the days when you fought with me on this land, and I'll also remember our agreement. From now on you can't leave China. I'll leave for you. While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared. A few seconds later, an invisible silhouette gradually revealed itself on a large tree on the top of a distant mountain. Amidst the luxuriant leaves and branches, an invisible silhouette gradually revealed itself. Wu Huaxing stared at the land in the distance for a long time, seemingly recalling the scene of their separation. After observing silently for a long time, Wu Huaxing's body also disappeared quietly. Thank you, Duke Tian, for the 100,000 rewards. Boss is so generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1141. 10 days later, the army finally stepped into the territory of the Central Plains. Jiang Shao also felt the leadership of the generals of the three armies, as well as the soldiers' high standards. What did it mean to strictly obey orders? What did it mean to advance step by step? It was so comfortable. Ever since Blind Lady left with the two mechas, the Celestial Advent team had lost several generals. As for Jiang Shao and his small team, they had always been a transcendent existence, following the army, doing their best to cooperate with the various military branches, all the way south, and finally, they arrived at the border between Yanzhou and the Central Plains, the ancient Yi Tower that had been attacked before. There were two ancient Yi Tower cities in the Central Plains. One of them was conquered by the fugitives of Yanzhou, while the other was located in the center of the Central Plains and was rebuilt as the second ancient Yi Tower. Jiang Shao looked at the dilapidated city gate and the dilapidated walls and couldn't help but sigh. One day I'm back. I'm back with my reinforcements. However, this time, there was no longer the threat of the fugitives of Yanzhou, because the army had come all the way from the north. In the past 10 days, the Falcon brothers, Wang Dachui and Zhang Songfu from Dancing Soul City were all transferred back by Jiang Shao and connected with the army. What was particularly interesting was that Yi Zhizhong really knew Wang Dachui. Not only did he know him, but Wang Dachui even burst into tears when he saw Yi Zhizhong. Jiang Shao really didn't expect Wang Dachui, who had no desire to fight at all, to be on the same level as him. He was actually a colonel before he mistakenly entered the strange ball. If Wang Dachui had stayed on Earth, he wouldn't have had a problem getting promoted to senior colonel. After all, there was a huge gap between them. Jiang Shao was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Damn it, such a highly educated soldier is pretending to be dead in the city every day? If Jiang Shao were Yi Zhizhong, he would have kicked Wang Dachui a few times. Why is he pretending to be weak every day? The Falcon brothers, Wang Dachui, Zhang Songfu, and everyone who met the army had a history of blood and tears. Jiang Shao didn't have time to investigate because the army was in a hurry. However, he had a thorough understanding of his Candle Moon star technique. Ever since Enmity was upgraded to Candle Moon, the introduction had also changed. Candlelight Moon, Vengeance. When attacked by an enemy, there is a 5% chance of inflicting a fixed debuff on the enemy. Passive technique, activated automatically, continuously consuming star power, negative status options. 1 burn, 2 freeze, 3 paralysis, 4 poison, 5 sleep, 6 confusion, 7 extremely light, 8. Jiang Shao also took some time off to go to Beijiang Land in the Calamity Shadow World to experiment with the white ghouls. When he was fighting with the white ghouls, Jiang Shao deliberately chose the negative effect of extremely heavy. Finally, under the continuous attacks of the white ghouls, he managed to apply the extremely heavy effect on the white ghouls. Then, there doesn't seem to be much of a reaction? The white ghoul's body became heavier, and it ran slower and jumped lower. However, it did not affect its ability to continue attacking Jiang Shao. It was just restricted. Although the effect of extremely heavy was not ideal, extremely light gave Jiang Shao a shock. When Jiang Shao changed the list of options for enmity and the white ghoul was equipped with extreme light, it took off. Yes, they took off. The white ghoul initially wanted to jump and attack, but it ended up jumping more than 30 meters away, or with a whoosh, it took off on the spot. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded, and so was the white ghoul. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the sky while roaring loudly, but there was nothing it could do. The white ghoul, which did not have any star techniques such as flight or teleportation, flew very quickly. After all, its strong legs were full of strength. However, after flying to the highest point, it descended very slowly. It could be seen that it did not break free from gravity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached the highest point. It should have flown all the way out of the atmosphere. Jiang Shao stood on the ground and looked up at the white ghoul that was squeaking as it slowly descended. He did not feel anything at all, and even wanted to go home to grab a handful of melon seeds before waiting for it to land. Well, okay, Jiang Shao did not have any melon seeds, and the white ghoul could not land either. Its heavy body was like a plastic bag that made it easy to fly but difficult to land. If the divers of FEMA were to have such a negative effect, they would no longer have to be afraid of diving into the water. They would be able to flip in the air for 2.5 weeks and more than a month. Jiang Shao even flashed forward, grabbed the white ghoul's shoulder, and gave it a hard push. The huge body of the white ghoul was like a spinning top in the air, spinning wildly, it appeared. White ghoul spinning top? It wasn't until the 8th second that the white ghoul's weight finally returned to normal and it fell while spinning. With a loud thud, the white ghoul that was spinning dizzily smashed into the snow, causing snowflakes to splatter everywhere. The white ghoul's physique was really strong. Relying on its instincts, it forced itself to get up. It was just that its head was very dizzy and it was still thinking about attacking Jiang Shao. It kept drawing circles on the spot and staggered. After taking 2 steps diagonally, it fell head first onto the ground again. Jiang Shao could not bear to see it stagger and stagger. Hence, he shot a candlelight moon, silence at it. Then, well, the white ghoul behaved itself. Jiang Shao was also shocked to discover a fact. Star silence had the effect of confinement, causing one's movements to be extremely slow. However, candlelight moon silence did not slow down the target's movements. Instead, it completely froze the target in place. In the introduction of the star technique, has a certain confinement effect, has a confinement effect. There were 2 fewer words, but the effect was greatly increased. The effect was similar to when Monkey King went to the immortal peach garden and froze the 7 fairies. It really couldn't move at all. After Jiang Shao froze the white ghoul, he went to steal peaches. No, he went to play with the white ghoul. Jiang Shao pulled out the blood-red giant sword and looked at the motionless white ghoul. He then poked its face with the sword before leaving in satisfaction. 10 seconds later, the white ghoul regained its freedom. Although it was previously dizzy from being used as a spinning top and smashed by candlelight moon silence, it at least regained its freedom of movement and all its star power had returned. After looking around and realizing that the demon had left, the white ghoul roared again. Roar! The roar seemed to be saying, "Come again! Come out! Don't run if you have the guts. You don't dare to, do you?" The introduction of candlelight moon countercurrent light did not change much. Jiang Shao naturally speculated that the water pipes should be larger and more numerous. After all, there had been a qualitative change in the previous stage. Jiang Shao no longer needed to be a transit station and could use counter-current light to directly connect any two targets. While feeling the double joy of conquering Yan Zhao and improving the quality of his star technique, Jiang Gong also brought Jiang Shao a third wave of joy. During the battle, Jiang Gong's archery proficiency finally reached gold quality level 9. Jiang Shao was not stingy at all. He threw 100 skill points into it and directly upgraded it to platinum quality. At this point, Jiang Gong finally mastered the Withering Bow star map and the ability to turn stars into martial arts. His combat power had been greatly improved, and he at least had the ability to fight to the death. The sea-devouring robe that Jiang Shao was wearing actually increased by a small level after accompanying Jiang Shao in battles day and night. It reached diamond quality level 5. Jiang Shao also realized that the star pets that accompanied him in battles and expeditions were improving rapidly in the high-density environment of the alien ball. On the other hand, Little Candle, the humming bear, the humming whale, and the howling dragon rarely appeared. Jiang Shao secretly made up his mind that when the star rival team took action on their own, he would definitely release those star pets to accompany him in the conquest of Huaxia. Jiang Shao led the mountain-shattering army and the Guardians of the Night to settle in the two ancient Yi Tower cities in the Central Plains. Then, he directly opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and led the Wasteland Reclaimers to Ludong. In a short period of time, with the help of the highly functional soldiers, he built a tree city that belonged to the Wasteland Reclaimers and used it as a headquarters. After doing all that, Jiang Shao applied to Commanding Officer Feng Yi to complete the search mission in the remaining half of Great Meng and Dajiang. Through He Yun's words, Feng Yi consulted his superiors on Earth and agreed to Jiang Zhao's mission application. After the three armies built and perfected their bases, they would also clear the areas that they were assigned to according to the original battle plan. On the night of their departure, the generals of the three armies gathered in ancient Yi Tower No. 1 and gave Jiang Shao a very difficult mission. Obviously, since Jiang Shao had a Calamity Shadow Planet, the generals had also decided on a corresponding plan after consulting their superiors, which was to keep the Star Beast Fire Seed in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. He didn't need a lot, but he must have some. That also meant that while Jiang Shao was completing his own mission, he also had to constantly go back and forth between the three armies on the battlefield. Jiang Shao didn't have any objections to this. It coincided with his thoughts. At night, in the conference room, Feng Yi's expression was solemn as he said, "Jiang LV, there are some specific areas that will affect the army's pace. I will send more people to follow your elite team to clear those areas. This will provide the conditions for the army to conquer those areas." Jiang Shao nodded secretly. Through the battles with the army over the past few days, Jiang Shao had personally experienced what it meant to be a Huaxia bulldozer. With such a strong output and the special combination of the army, as long as they fought steadily, they should have no problem facing most areas. However, they had to pay special attention to some areas. Some areas were extremely dangerous, such as the Judge Yen that they had passed through previously and the Black Ridge in the north. Some areas were too special for star beasts, such as the Black Rock Mountain and the Forest of Tears in the Eight Land. It would be best if Jiang Shao cleared those special areas before the army arrived. That way, it would coordinate with the three battle routes of the three armies. That would be the most efficient battle plan. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "There's no need to send people. My team's goal has changed, so the battle strategy will change too. We will no longer search in all directions. Instead, we will only go to a specific small area. So, I don't need the help of the army. Let the four-man team protect the army that only has one function." Jiang Shao then continued, "I will put a decoy beside Commander Feng Yi. If there's any news, we will communicate and report in real time. I don't need to open the door and collect the star beast. As long as you say the word, I will be there immediately. Jiang Shao was probably the only one who could say something like that. Apart from him, no one else could carry out such a mission. He could flash around the world and no longer needed to open the map. He was simply born for the mission. Feng Yi said in a deep voice, I saw that one of your subordinates has gone out to carry out a mission. Your team needs to replenish their strength. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had reported it to Feng Yi. The reason that Jiang Shao gave for Blind Lady to go out to carry out the mission was that it would be a waste of resources for the Star Advent team to carry out the mission together. In order to ensure combat effectiveness and safety, they could be divided into 2 teams to carry out the mission. Feng Yi's reaction was rather interesting. He did not have much of a reaction and simply agreed with Jiang Zhao's decision. Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, My team doesn't lack anything. One more person will only slow down my march. Commander, let's do this for now. If there's any need, I will immediately raise it. You just need to give me a specific area to carry out the mission and I'll go there. Feng Yi looked at Jiang Shao silently and suddenly felt that Ninetails was as stubborn as Second Last. In the past, Second Last was unwilling to accept new teammates even though she was demoted to an ordinary guardian of the night and had to stay in the snowfield for the rest of her life. At this moment, Ninetails didn't want to accept new teammates either. The difference was that Second Last didn't trust her new teammates, while Ninetails was fearless because she was powerful. Feng Yi remained silent for a long time, and the silence in the room was terrifying. At the side, Yi Zhizhong, the commander-in-chief of the mountain-shattering army, suddenly spoke up and broke the silence. Before we head south, we still have to be in charge of the land in the north. We don't need Jiang Lv's team for the time being. Jiang Shao looked at Yi Zhizhong, who broke the silence. In just a short sentence, he could feel Yi Zhizhong's deep concern for him. Yi Zhizhong couldn't help but smile when he saw the look in Jiang Zhao's eyes. You probably won't have to trouble Jiang Lv with the dreamy cloud ancient swamp in northern Hubei. However, you'll have to work hard in the Fengdu area that is connected to Sichuan and Baiyu in the southwest. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Okay, I'll bring you a few bowls of Mengpo's soup. Yi Zhizhong shook his head and said, You don't have to step foot in the gates of hell, the Yinyang world, and Yama Palace. You have to deal with the 8 types of evil spirits in hell. Zhang Hao, the commander-in-chief of the Wasteland Reclaimers, said, Our army is stationed in Ludong and plans to enter Haisu first. The star techniques in Haisu's ultimate area are mainly of the Fire and Light series, which will be restrained by our star techniques, Rain of Tears. However, I'm afraid Jiang Lv has to make a trip to the Lightning Cave too. No problem. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. The idea was clear. They would first attack the Lightning Cave and obtain high-quality star beads that could be exchanged for high-quality star techniques for the soldiers. While clearing the area, they could also strengthen themselves. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Hao continued, If everything goes well, after Haisu, we'll head west to the land of the 8 provinces. Jiang Lv has to clean up the sword graves in advance. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What about the deserted villages in the 8 provinces? The desolate spirits and desolate warriors? Zhang Hao smiled and said, No need. Jiang Shao nodded. Feng Yi, who was at the side, finally spoke up. From the moment he spoke, it meant that he had tacitly agreed with Jiang Zhao's previous decision and would no longer force Jiang Shao to join the team. Feng Yi said, The Guardians of the Night will enter the land of Sanqin first. After we enter the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, I'll check the situation and see if I need to summon you back. If it's not necessary, I won't summon you back easily. In the future, we'll talk about it when we reach the Black Ridge and long-gone Sky Caves in the Northland. Before the Guardians of the Night enter, I think I've already cleared the place. Jiang Shao stood up and said, "Let's not delay any further. I'll go to the border between Great Ming Dynasty and the Northland first." The big shots nodded one after another. Feng Yi also stood up and placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." The meeting was over and Jiang Shao was no longer tense. He smacked his lips and muttered softly, "I love what I do." Feng Yi was speechless. Feng Yi realized that the longer he interacted with Jiang Shao, the more mischievous he became. Jiang Shao was still young and the so-called camouflage could still be used for a few more years. Feng Yi secretly thought to himself, maybe I'll become the second Qin Wangchuan one day. Yes, Feng Yi was well aware of Qin Wangchuan's reputation and what he had done. Yi Zhizhong looked up at Jiang Shao with eyes full of admiration and awe. It was said that when Jiang Shao was still in the Stardust stage, second last, who was an ordinary member of the Tail Feather team, wanted to recruit him into the Guardians of the Night. After that incident, second last was also questioned about why she insisted on recruiting a rookie who was incompetent to join the team. Second last's answer was also very interesting. Strength can be nurtured. It's hard to have loyalty that flows in your blood. 4,600 words. Please give me some votes. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.